Hey, Zoom. What's up? Yep. Yeah, he has some shitty weather. I had some too. We had a tornado about, maybe 10 miles southwest of here early this morning, apparently. A little one in EF1. Just getting things started here. Making sure working. You got to be off the roads by 5 o'clock. Well, that sucks. Twitch seems to be working. I'm going to check Mixer. Okay. Tornado warnings all over Missouri. Let's check that out. Now, I know you're kind of interested in weather-related things, Zoom. I'm going to put up a link here for you. This is a great place to get all kinds of severe weather warning information and forecasts. It's NOAA's Storm Prediction Center, the SPC. Oh, how you doing, Jack?
I'm good.
Oh, not too bad.
Looking a bit frazzled, but I had my beanie on most of the morning. I had a good session working on the forge today. So
cool.
Got two small tomahawks made out of railway plate, and that for some folks. Actually, I'm thinking about because of the time they take, I might do a live stream on how to make them, because you can make them all out of scrap.
Cool.
It's not hard. Anybody can get a chunk of pipe as a mandrel to bend them around and all that sort of stuff. So, and cheap. I show people how to use a vise to close it up nice and tight. And yeah, there's shit ways of cheating. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's always handy to have a tomahawk.
Sorry, just bringing up my chat now. It's just loading up. Here we go. Bring it across there. Yeah, Zoombait's got tornado warnings.
No, he was saying they're all out by Wizard actually.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
this is up high, so they tend to go from low pressure, and that's down in the lower areas, not up on the hills. You got less air pressure higher up you go. Yes, that's very true, and that, but it's gravitational pressure and all that sort of stuff. Go from dense to light. In fact, there's a bloke over there somewhere in Tornado Alley who's building these 60-foot ridges. He's got 3 of them. And because his house has been wiped out twice, and they tend to come down right there. He's built these 3 ridges, so he's saying the next time it comes down, in theory, it should bounce over his place. The 3 ridges should upset the thing, pick up, and it travels. And they travel, maybe 30, 40 mile an hour. And that, but the nose, the bottom will wander all the way around. But it should make it jump, and that's his bet. And
it's like preemptive engineering.
Yeah, well, all the theories thing, but no one's actually done it. And this guy himself, because I can understand it, lives in 2 houses, and that's his living there. He's got his crops all around him and all that sort of stuff. He's not moving, so he says, "Fuck it, I'll fight it." So good luck to him. I like fighters. I have to put a hair through, either put my beanie back on the thing or go find a comb. This is ridiculous. Can't make it any worse.
Yeah, I keep meaning to shave my head, but I just don't have the fucking time.
Yeah, well, nature's doing that to me. Actually, it's growing back. I got more hair up here. I can actually grab hairs on the top. There wasn't a single hair on top for the last 4 years. It's actually been growing back. Not super fast, but I got more than I had 10 years ago.
Yeah, all the men in my family, we don't have baldness. We just go gray early. I started getting gray hair in my temples about 10 years ago.
Yeah, the grey come in about the same time I met Tracy, actually. So, yeah. No, I had there's still a little bit of red in the beard, but I had blonde hair and red beard. Now that everything's gone dark grey up there and that, and pale grey down here. So, yeah, I was a mongrel. I had just been having a good laugh at the situation over there. Someone put out a message last night that they were hoping, and that with Biden would choose Obama as his vice presidential running mate, so he can take over when he falls over. So even the Dems are now admitting Biden's going to fall over fucking sometime in the presidency, and this is a way to bring back Obama. But I've just been checking the rules. Can't do it. Can't do it. He can't be in that position because he's already fucking had 2 terms.
Yeah, the big news over here now is that Bernie dropped out.
Oh yeah. We knew that. How much did
that
he
was
walk
a given
with this time though?
Yeah, I hope he gets put under investigation.
Well, we'll find out.
Along with everybody else.
Same thing as after last time. Within 3 months, he'd gone out and got an Audi R8. He bought another fucking mansion. And then he went on that fucking multi-million-dollar fucking cruise. Him and his missus in the fucking steak cabin. Thank you. Council guy dropping off a couple of grater plates. So, the bottom cutter bar on the grater blade. And that the wear plate, it's all D2 tool steel. So he just dropped them out front lawn and all that sort of thing. But because they're council workers, you can't go anywhere. So it's just out in the front lawn. I'll go out in a minute, drag them down the back. It's all good. So, that wheeling and dealing, Dimboola style.
Yeah, I ended up getting about 35 pounds of free fertilizer today.
Cool.
The where I work at, the market is on one end of a big plaza building. The opposite end of the building has a big ass garden center.
Yeah.
And the owner was out there wheeling a bunch of stuff out to the dumpster, and I had to go unlock the dumpster for her. And I'm like, what do you got in the can there, Dawson? She's like, all fertilizer into the bag, ripped and everything. And I'm like, you're throwing it out. I'll take it. And she's like, sure, have at it.
Yeah, it's crazy wasteful. You get those plastic bags, the potting mix, because it might have bacteria. They got to toss them.
Yeah.
They can't take them over.
She was throwing out about half a dozen 5-gallon buckets. There was like nothing wrong with them. They were like a little scratched up. I'm like, I'll take the buckets, plant tomatoes in them.
Fucking oath. I use them here, and that everything from bloody chook food to bloody quenching buckets and all that. I try to get the Japanese ice cream buckets for the quenching buckets because it's good stainless steel.
Gotcha.
But I haven't been to Japan for a couple of years, so. But next trip over there, hopefully I'll take Tracy with us, and she can see the place I got. That amazing place. Little Japanese ice cream vendors up there in the old city of Kyoto, and they get these big tubs in it. But they go out every day and pick them up. It's made fresh every day, and if it's not used within 3 or 4 days, they toss it.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing, Zoom mate? Yeah, we're reading your weather reports there before. It's up there with all down in the lowlands. So have a look at the topographical map of the tracks of thing, and you'll see they're all in the lowlands. Wiz is up in the hills, so it's all good. Yep, all good.
Yeah, you tend to see a lot of the storm systems. They seem to follow the big river valleys like the Ohio, the Mississippi.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wiz. What's up, dude?
They told you he's all good. You didn't get sucked up by a volcano, and that you're not traveling with a little dog called Toto, are you?
No, Ranger. His name is Ranger.
Yeah, so we're in a different movie now.
Right. He's learning all the military commands. He's doing great. He don't even say, he don't even like come here. It's like fall in line, soldier, front and center.
He'll protect you from all them flying monkeys.
Yes, he will. He'll eat them. I just got to train him to eat them now. He's already going out and gathering all the bones out of the forest and making them. I don't even have to buy him chewies. He don't even want the chewies I buy from the store now. He just goes and finds bones and finds his own chewies. Yeah.
Don T. Rump, how you doing?
Hey, that sounds like a fire in the bowl.
Yeah, we got 1 minute.
BiscuitsGravy.com.
Is that right? SausageGravyBiscuits.com. Oh my Lord.
Hey, who's late? You're still talking, aren't you? If you're late, I don't believe you talk too much. Well, that's how I learned, the late Mr. this and that, or the late Mrs. that, and then you never hear from them. So, this late, and so you're not late, mate.
Yeah. There's that damn goat.
We might be getting some new people in the chat tonight. Before I came in here, I was on another live stream that a YouTube prepper runs, and I was throwing around the channel. So we might get a few new people.
Oh, cool.
FYI.
Yeah, I saw Anxiety was on, so I went over and was talking to him a little bit ago.
Yeah, this guy I follow, he goes by the name TR Prepper, and tonight was the first live stream he's done in probably a couple of months. He used to do them pretty frequently, and he does the same thing on StreamYard.
Oh, yeah. Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Did you feel late?
Yeah, that'll wash. That'll wash.
It washes off, yeah.
It's all relative.
Yeah, don't get the relatives in this.
Yeah, fuck's sake. You can choose your friends, but you can't choose your fucking relatives.
Yeah, right. Was it? You can pick your nose, you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your relatives.
Yeah. Getting down, I tell you what.
Yeah,
I do have one last hope, and I do have 2 plants fucking 60 foot off the fucking ground and out in the middle of the desert out there. So I don't know if it's going to produce anything like that.
right.
They're tiny little buds, but they're just covered in brown hairs. Problem is, all the big buds end up getting seeds in them and all that sort of thing. Went hermaphrodite on me, and that due to the stress of the frost, and then 3 days later, that fucking heat wave. Pretty weird this year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a bit strange, but we had 87 degrees today.
Yeah.
And tomorrow's supposed to be a high of 56.
Yeah, today got up to 68, and tomorrow is only supposed to be like 47.
Really?
Well, we happen to have independent first-hand analysis of your smoking supplies there, Don, and that, and so I tend to go by that. You know what I mean? On my little YouTube channel, I don't promote my knives and all that sort of thing. I let my customers talk about my knives, and yeah, your customers talk about your stuff in a very, very positive way. Both the seed customers and the smokables customers. So, like, Wiz is one.
Absolutely. I need to go up and leave some reviews for you too.
Maxi's one. You might not know him as Maxi, but like, I've known the guy for a while. He doesn't like being called Maxi, but it's all right.
Oh, really?
I'm allowed to bailed his ass out a couple of times. So it's all good.
I need to leave you a review for this knife too. That you sent me. It's awesome.
Oh, make a video and all that sort of thing. That's what folks do, and be honest. That's it. If you see shortfalls with it, I was worried you're going to get that second generation sheath. I wasn't sure which one it was. A couple of years ago, when I was making that batch of knives, and that's how long that knife's been made.
Wow.
I made up a batch of knives for Tracy to fundraise for some friends and all that sort of thing, and they got their target and all that sort of stuff. A guy called John Mirren had a house fire over there in Tennessee. We got him some money for some tools. He's a very good carpenter and all that sort of thing, and he's back up on top again. He used to live in a big barn type building, live upstairs, and had a thing in the workshop, and then they had an electrical fault in there. So, so that knife was actually left over from that, and I wasn't sure which sheath it was. But the second lot of sheaths I got, the guy ripped me off.
Yeah, I remember you saying something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I got one here. I use it. The leather's so useless in that I use it like as a quick strop on a little shaving thing I hear for other leather tools. You know what I mean? So I don't give a stuff that gets marred up. It's got these cheap ass iron rivets that are spray painted with chrome paint. It's not proper brass rivet with chrome plating. It's iron rivets, not steel, iron. These things have been made in India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or something. El Cheapo posted out here, and he sold them to me as handmade here in Australia.
Yeah.
You never buy off that guy again. But yeah, that's what I was worried about. That's the problem with this, and that I'm a bit reliant on everybody else for sheaths and a couple other things at the moment. I do have a saddle making sewing machine, but it's a case of, do I halve my production and that, and to make my own sheaths? Hopefully Tracy will give us a hand with that, or we'll hire somebody and piece rate sort of thing, and that make it all worthwhile for them. I've got all the equipment. I don't mind move the sewing machine to their place. They can work from home.
Hey, I know you said you were sending me some folding knives and some seeds.
Yep.
Is that on its way?
Yeah, with the clearances from customs. Yeah, the forms are all being filled in. I haven't actually run the tracking number for a couple of days.
Oh,
It was down in Melbourne the last time I saw it. It took 3 days to get down to Melbourne. It's been down there for about 8 days now.
holy shit.
And that was 3 days ago. So they're just playing. But we did get a flight in from Wuhan in China last night. China Freight. China Freight. It's on the news. If you go to news.com.au, you can read the story there. I thought a freight 747, or the ones the Qantas freight, they run 4. You've got a load master, you've got flight, co-pilot, engineer, and load master. Why are they sending out 6? Are they stupid? They can't do the jobs by themselves? Or they just want to drop somebody off and take home 5?
Yeah, who knows?
I'm getting sick of it.
Yeah.
So, but that one there, that's a high-end 12 chrome steel, that knife there. So maybe a little bit too brittle for a lot of use. That's what you've got to explain with people. But it's built for ultimate edge holding. It's a pro Rue knife, and these blokes leg and tail 200 roos in a night. So they cut the tail off and they cut the both legs off because they're the premium estate, and they go into a travelling chiller. The rest of them go to the body and the carcasses, and that go to the rest of the chillers. If they can't get them into the normal chillers, then the bodies and all the rest of it go to pet food production. They only get lesser money, but the legs and the tails, big prime bucks. Because Rue leg steaks, man, they're bringing $20 a kilo over there in the US now. People start to realise how healthy Rue meat is.
Right.
No chemicals.
No chemicals. Right.
Lean as. You do have to use a little bit of lard or something when you're cooking it. And don't cook it blue like everybody says. It tastes shit. Medium well. Nice gravy, some onions, a little bit of garlic.
Wow. Yeah. Hey, you know what I had for dinner today? Bangers and mash.
Oh, there you go.
No crust, just bangers and mash.
And if you're going to do it, I think you either get chives and chop them up real fine, or shallots and dice them up real fine and put them raw. As soon as you get the mash all into a nice mash and all that sort of thing, as you're putting in your salt and pepper, throw in your chives or your shallots or your brown onion or whatever the thing.
Yeah, I did the yard chives. Went out and cut them straight
I
up.
actually got garlic chives here, so I'm spoiled. And just if you're using garlic chives, just put a little bit of extra butter, and it makes it so creamy. It's not funny.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I put a little sour cream in it, and the chives. And, oh yeah.
I tell you who's suffering at the moment with this coronavirus. Poor old aristocrat over here. They moved into a thing supplying all of Las Vegas and the American casinos with machines on the cheap, but they get it's offset because they get a percentage of every coin that goes in, and they monitor them and all that sort of stuff. And they were getting percentage of billions around the world, and that's all died in the arse. All the casinos are empty.
Yeah.
And all that sort of stuff. So Aristocrat, their share price and that is dumped like you wouldn't believe. And that now things will go back to normal soon. I'm thinking that might be worth $200 or $300 investment if the price of each share comes down. At the moment, the shares are still $60 each, but if they come down to like $20 each, I might buy 5, 6, or 10.
Right.
Because the gambling nuts, once this is all going to go back, and then their income will go up, and then the fucking share price will spike, and then you can dump them.
Yep. Oh yeah.
If it goes back to the 120 where it was a couple of months ago, and you're buying them for $20, $100 increase, and that, and you've got 10 shares, it's $1,000 for nothing. And let's face it, they've got enough shares out there that everybody in this channel can do the same bloody thing, and I don't give a shit. I'm not passing out secrets. I'm not going to cut my throat. I'm talking about buying 10 shares. I don't play big in the share market, but I do play short games like this.
Oh wow.
73 US dollars for I'll have to look it up. It's Aristocrat. Let me log into the ASX. ASX.com.au. There it is. Log in.
Yeah, all the bugs are waking up. So it was 87 degrees today, so all the bugs are waking up. And then it's supposed to go to 31 degrees tomorrow night. So maybe we'll get rid of some of these pesky bugs.
Yeah, I know a lot of people around here are getting started on their gardens and everything, but they're going to have to cover what they got planted already because we still got the chance for a freeze for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, tomorrow night's going to freeze, so I'm going to have to set up some plastic over my seed bed. Maybe, you know what? All the flowers are off of the peach trees now, so those have been. They got warm enough, and the bees have been all over the damn place. I'm telling you, they all got. They all got. What do they call it? Pollinated? Yeah. So they all got pollinated, and they've lost all their all the flowers now. So they're good. They're frost safe. Once the flowers fall off, we're good. So the peach trees should be bumper crop this year.
ALL on the ASX there, Don. ALL on this ASX, this Australian Stock Exchange. You won't find it listed on the NASDAQ, all that sort of thing. It's listed only in Australia. It's all Australian owned. It's was a family-owned operation for many, many years. I worked for them for a little while. I set up secure networks for them, and that's how what they run over. So I set up all their VPNs and firewalls. Decent company, thin running and all that sort of thing, but the income stream has really cut the shit out of them. And I don't think they're going to worry about it either. They've got cash holdings like you wouldn't believe. They've got investments. Wesfarmers, they own Coles, the second biggest supermarket chain over here. Coles bought Target from Target USA, and they bought Kmart from Kmart USA. So it's a fair size operation. They offset with this money they invest everywhere. They're getting big, but the income's been cut. So
yeah, Coles is actually pretty cool if you get into their couponing systems. You can get some really good deals out of Coles if you work their rebates and sales.
Different Coles. See, this is the other side. The Coles sold themselves off to someone else in the US. So Coles USA is not Coles Australia. They used to be partnered with Safeway. Coles and Safeway were partners, and the Embassy brands and all those sort of things. Some of it was made in the US, some of it was made here in Australia. You got our pure soaps and meats and all that sort of stuff. And then the free trade deal came in and fucked it all up. Stop the Ferengi. You're not talking about the French again, are you? Not that much fucking difference, to be honest with you, what I've been noticing.
Deep Space Nine.
Rules of acquisition and all the rest of it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And
the French corporate world.
Clothes.
I think I paid 99 cents for a packet of seed. I planted, I think, about 20 seed. I got about 15 seedlings, and I got 4 heads of lettuces out of it. Chookies and bugs, and me being away fighting bushfires for a month sort of took its toll on the garden. So I only got 4 heads of lettuce. So, and I still got a shitload of seeds in that packet of seed. So probably
Yeah,
cost me 30 cents for 4 head of lettuce.
right. Plus 90 days. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing that stuff once I build the tables for the armored garden.
Mm.
I'm building an armored garden. It's not necessarily a greenhouse yet, but right now it's just going to be an armored garden. So I can get to the
Well, actually, if you look at the extended history of the Ferengi, and that they had to uh, move homeworlds very early on into their space travel period because they polluted their own planet so much. Then they got their new planet and all that sort of thing, which they swindled out of somebody else. But that's okay. Made slaves of them and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, real good folks.
no, no, Frank Aaron is, yeah, they're the fascist of space. Basically.
Major Kira, yeah, she was hot.
I don't know.
Hey, look, I like any girl in a tight fit unicorn and can beat up half the blokes around her.
I just, you know.
Yeah, yeah, greed and profit and all that sort of stuff. Whether it was written on that basis and that, or whether it was stated on that basis and that, who knows? There's been so many outright lies come out of Star Trek and that pushing folks and that by leftist actors and producers and stuff out of there. But Roddenberry was very, very conservative. Very, very conservative. Said agnostic. Don't know if God exists. I hope he does. I know, but until I see something of it, I can't say. At least he had an open mind, and that's the best thing. And you think George Takei's got an open mind? He got up in the middle of a Star Trek bloody fan meeting. I don't know what do they call them? Sci-fi cons or something like that over there. Big conventions and that. Got up there and one of the production teams and writers and that was out there. And he said, "That's not how we wrote it at all. That's bullshit. Stop fucking trying to twist everything around." And that to your lefty gay pro-gay cause. And then walked out. And they just put him down as a hater and anti-gay and all that sort of thing. But he was one of the leading fucking writers of the stories. So who do you believe? A lefty actor, and that is fucking known to have told fucking lies about a shitload of people over the years, and that just to cover his agenda and support his ideologies. And they're a bloke, and that is just coming clean. That's no, that's not what we wrote it, and all that sort of stuff. $5 for spinach? Well, no, it's getting expensive over here, but see, I grow silver beet down the back, and it's growing feral at the moment. Even though it's coming into winter, it's still going fucking feral. So I'm not sure the silver beet or spinach or shit like that. Yeah, Ferengi characteristic. Yeah. You're saying the Democrats are Ferengis? Well, that's a new one. Everything from lizard people to bloody jellyfish shapeshifters, trans-dimensional beings. Fire in the bowl? All right. Who mentioned that? G'day, Ryan. How you doing? Yeah, we can do that. It was packed in hand waiting for you. canned fruits. Well, I do get canned pineapple, but I buy it from the pineapple co-op here. It doesn't come from Thailand or anything. Hey, Mariam, how you doing? Five cad cheese is nice. I haven't got a clue what cad cheese is.
Nope. Hello, Bubba.
Ain't five. There is a 5 cheese sauce out there. Is it Brothers? They got cooking sauces, tomato sauce, but they got one with 5 cheese.
I know we got a brand out here called Classico that does a 5 cheese.
Yeah. There is no frog, only the bull. Resistance is futile. Nah, I've been resistant for fucking years and it works, man. Trust me. Doesn't make you popular though, but yeah, trust me, it works. Resist the gun-grabbing fucking lefty arseholes. UN fucking sycophants and all their little socialist wannabe fucking mates. Yeah, I resist them all. Fuck them. Suppity sup? Not a lot, man. Finished working on the forge. I need a shower. As you look at my head, I've been wearing beanie. I got beanie head. Need to run and brush through my hair, but I came inside, made a coffee, poured a shot in it, had a couple of cones, spoke to Tracy for a bit, and then canoes popped on. You was joking about Star Trek? Nobody ever jokes about Star Trek. Crikey, some folks take it seriously.
I've always been more partial to the Star Wars franchise, but not really the movies so much. I love the novels.
Yeah.
There's hundreds and hundreds of novels.
Yep.
And it really pissed me off when they started doing these prequel movies that they didn't adopt some of those storylines. Would have been 10 times better.
The books were way better.
Yep.
Just give me for a second. I got a critter in there.
Cool. Yep, the expanded universe, whatever they call it, which is now non-canon. I've got almost all of those books in digital format, at least. In fact, I'm in the middle of reading them right now. I'm going through the Fate of the Jedi series, I think it is, where Jason Solo becomes a Sith Lord.
Jason Solo, and in the movies, though, isn't that a transgender fucking or gender fluid fucker idiot? And that's why everybody went there, turned around, and said, "Never ever again am I watching a Star Wars movie." It was all just for gender.
Yeah, that Kylo Ren character, whiny little bitch.
I got a bloody mouse now.
Snake food.
Yeah, I should let the chooks in. They'll get rid of it. Problem is, then I got to clean up after the chooks. One, they tend to crack. Two, they're a little bit brutal when they play make a wish with the mouse. Even in clones, yeah, even in clones. Valor, honor, motivations. Yeah, good point. Yeah, what the fuck? 14 minutes to 12 here. We wound the clocks back and an hour on the weekend, so Yeah. So it's 12 o'clock in the old money. And now I'm out of Coke.
It's always something, ain't it?
Well, my bar space where I'm sitting has only got so much room, so.
Break out the Schweppes.
Yeah, well, no, actually, the black and gold, El Chivo. I'm going to give myself a shit. I'm going to grab a brush as well. All right, and bottle of Coke. Oh, actually,
Biden is Mr.
tell you
Magoo.
what I got. Tell you what I got. You've got RC Cola over there, don't you?
Yes.
Royal Crown Cola on that.
Yeah.
This is the Australian stuff. They call it LA Ice over here, but it's exactly the same as RC. But we had an RC soft drink company over here back in the 1800s that collapsed in the 60s, 1960s. They got bought out by Schweppes or Coke or someone. But the name's still around. So they couldn't call it RC Cola over here. They did for a few years, but someone contested it. So,
yeah, RC out here is kind of hard to find. It's like always been, the underdog in the cola market, at least in my area. It's always been Coke and Pepsi.
I'll grab these if I can get them. I much prefer that than Coke. It's not as acidy and all that sort of thing because I drink a shit load.
It has a little bit less carbonation to it. It mixes better with stuff, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. So that's what I'm doing. So when I was out yesterday morning, oh shit, you got LA Ice. Cool. I'll grab that. The blue label's the sugar-free one. Crap. Fig Newton. I'm sorry, I don't get that one.
No, it's a new nickname for Biden.
Yeah, I just Fig Newton.
Yeah.
I think it's a biscuit. Now a pastry with fig jam wrapped inside.
I think the Fig Newton has a higher IQ.
Yeah, it would. You don't hear him mumbling and bumbling. Hey, Deb, how you doing? A bookcase of ARM computers to do science research. And you're talking about a small rate array? He did a podcast talking about Fig Newtons. All right. I'll have to catch up and watch that one. Let me get a few more drinks into me first. It is debate Joe Biden.
How do we feel about Bernie dropping out? Delicious-able. Welcome.
I want to know how much he walked away with this time. You'll find out in the next few months because after last time and that he went out and got an Audi R8 and a brand new mansion, and booked a multi-million-dollar cruise and that for him and his missus on the, what was it, the QE2 or whatever it was, the big British one. Well, absolute luxury cabin that comes with its own private butler. And this guy's a socialist. $220,000 US and that for a 6 month cruise for him and his missus.
Yeah, he's the perfect example of an elitist communist.
And that's the other thing. He's saying his delegates and that don't vote.
Yeah.
Don't vote for anybody. Fucking what? They mustn't have paid him enough when they paid him off. So he's got sour grapes. Before last time he said, "Yeah, vote for Hillary, vote for Hillary." So they mustn't have paid him enough this time. Hey, Canoes, I loved you in the bit.
It's not the first time that somebody said that. And I'll be completely honest with you, I've never watched that entire movie before. Only tiny little bits and pieces.
Once again, I am asking for your financial support. Not to run for president. No. Yes, I need a new something else. Because I'm selling the other one for a fucking $800,000 profit. Geez. Crikey.
Well, do you see the proposed the new stimulus package that the Democrats want to push for the Heroes Fund? Not that it stands any chance of passing, but if it did, I'm looking at $25,000 because I work at a fucking grocery store and I'm an essential service worker.
Yeah, no, you ain't going to fucking get it, man.
My manager might.
Community support workers, in other words, community activists, fucking people going out there and signing people up to this new petition stuff and all that sort of thing so they can get postal votes and all that sort of stuff. They're the ones who are going to be getting 25 grand, man. And there's no definition whether you're a citizen or an illegal in that one. Read it. They actually put it in a paragraph. You cannot discriminate. What are they doing for the US people? Fucking nothing. You know, in the last fucking bill, $300 million for transgender counselling. And now some mayor in Chicago has just pulled an executive order and that she's going to take everybody else's money first, stimulus money, and give it to illegals first. Crazy.
Oh, you got a job offer today, Bill. Was it a good one?
Well, they are tracking you. You're always at home.
Hey.
Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, this is what I don't understand. There was that bloke out there on that paddle board. He was fucking hundreds of meters from everywhere, and they sent a fucking police boat full of fucking people after him.
I heard about that, yeah.
You know what I
mean? Yeah, I just got a phone call about a video that's online about some guy that was like they didn't even test him for coronavirus. They were just going to give him a shot of something. And he's like, no, you ain't taking that damn shot. You guys haven't even tested me for the coronavirus. And they were like tying him down to a stretcher.
This was in China.
I don't know where it was from, but they were saying it sounded like they were saying it was from somewhere in the States.
Well, here in Ohio, like 2 days ago, they announced that they were going to, the state health commission was going to go around and start randomly testing people in the public. And I got news for you. Somebody comes around here and wants to stick me with a needle to do a blood sample or shove a swab up my nose. They're going to get a bullet to the fucking head.
Yeah, no shit. It's like, listen,
I don't know where your fucking needle or your swab's been.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's dipped in.
Not being rude, darling, I wouldn't trust nothing that come out of IBM.
True.
They are one of the worst tracking and information gathering groups out there. They look up a partnership that they formed, and that between Microsoft, IBM, and it was the Aussie ex-media fucking boss, Packer. And they've got the data center down there next to the Microsoft data center down there in Belize. And the reason why they have it down there in Belize, because it's operated under the terms of that country, you have no privacy. They can do what they want with that thing. That's why Belize has got so many big data centers in it. And they'll monitor anything that you're plugged into, and they can do that. And if it can hook into your Wi-Fi, it'll fucking read everything, and they'll know everything about you. Look, there's GPU, General Public License, GPL, sorry, not GPU, General Public User and License is different. GPL software out there for growing gardens and that, salinity monitoring and all that sort of thing. It's free. You can run it on DOS, you can run it on Windows 95, Windows XP 10, Linux versions, Mac versions, all that sort of stuff. And they're freeware and they don't track. So, yeah, UN, part of Agenda 21 and Agenda 30 were forced vaccines. And if you reject them, then you're not part of the society, so you're locked out of it, the system. That's why I spent so much time getting into an exemption zone, research and making it happen. Because I have never had a flu shot. I stopped getting shots when I was in the army. That's stuff we got for the first Gulf War. I saw everybody getting sick fucking for days and all that sort of thing, and I did a two-step around it, and a friend of mine stamped that I'd been jabbed and that, but I actually wasn't, and I was the only bloke in my fucking outfit that didn't get sick. And to be honest with you, I'm the healthiest bastard out of all of them. And I was a heavy smoker, and you'd see how much I drink and what I work like and all that sort of thing. You know, that's the sad part of it.
Why would you want to switch presidents, Mr. Sugar? Trump's the shit.
Well, if you got someone better, yeah. Always go for better. But
sure.
What's your alternative?
There ain't nobody better out there.
Well, not at the moment. You'd have to bring someone out from history.
Like George Washington.
It could get a bit bloody.
Yeah, it would definitely get bloody if George was here. George would just get pissed off and say, all you bastards are dying.
What was George's stuff about the Islamic fucking drama? I wish that I had a navy that I could go out and punish these people or whatever it was. I forget the term. And he wanted to go, but they didn't want a standing army. They didn't want a standing army. It was Islam that forced the US to have a standing army. Everybody was
Barbary pirates.
Yeah, and because I was 1/3 of all your tax money was going to Islam in the foundation, just in the first 15 years of foundation of your nation, after independence. And you built the actual 6 frigates, but then the British came back and you had the battle of up there on the Great Lakes and all that sort of stuff. And then after that, you went over there to what is now Libya and biffed the bloody caliphate, released 2.5 million European slaves that they'd taken over the previous years. 400,000 of them were American citizens and sailors. Another 200,000 were passengers on American ships that had been taken and held ransom or turned into sex slaves and all the rest of the evil that was going. What was the young guy? The first trip over there was a young lieutenant called Decatur, and he wrote a book and a history of it. It's a wonderful piece of writing. It's written by a real person about real things. You need to do it. And when they went back the second time, they actually formed called the U.S. Marine Corps, and that to fight the Islamic pirates, but they got sidetracked in that by the Mexican Revolution. So your Marine Corps hymn, your song over there, from the halls of
Montezuma to the shore of Tripoli.
Yeah.
And but that's why you got a standing army and navy and the Marine Corps. Islam.
Oh, Mr. Sugar's from Turkey. Now you get. No, I'm sorry. We
Yeah,
ain't
yeah.
presidents.
No swap there, man.
No,
Thanks,
no
but no thanks.
Erdogan, no friend of ours.
I tell you what, over in Turkey, there's a guy called Mustafa Aylan. He's running the People's Thing. Absolute straight down the line conservative, and that, but not connected with the jihadis and all that sort of thing. He wants to make Turkey strong again, like Ataturk did in the early days.
Mm.
Turkey's got good natural resources. It's got good industries. It's got good skilled folks. You could be a great leader in that part of the world, and that's what he wants. So look up that gent. He's got a YouTube channel. I don't speak Turkish, but there's enough Turks out here in Australia that they're all talking about him.
Yeah, Bika Yobati. He comes in here quite often. So yeah.
I was just gonna say we haven't seen him in about maybe 2 weeks
Couple
or
of
so.
days.
Oh, he was here.
So,
Yeah, 2 days
I
ago.
must have missed him then.
Yeah, I think you were one of your days. Right?
Yeah. Carpenter Patriot.
Oh my God,
What's
Carpenter.
up, dude?
Go, CP.
Yeah, no shit. I was just doing it too.
No, he's Erdinger's not a mullah. Trust me. You got to be somewhat religious to be and pious to be a mullah. And it's the wrong branch over there anyway. It's imam over there. So in Turkey, it's mainly Sunni. There are Shia folks over there, but yeah, it's mainly imams. Imams are on the Sunni side, mullahs are on the Shia side, just for clarification. But yeah, Erdogan's, man, he wouldn't pass an Islamic court and that to get passed as an imam. His history with women alone, and he's had all those the young dancing boys over there and all that sort of thing. Now the Sunni folks very much frown on that sort of stuff, right? So he'd never make a religious. He wouldn't pass. He could get the best pass in school, and that, but they'd never pass him. He's a politician.
Yeah.
So, amen. Hey, look.
Yeah.
Christ's penultimate moment on earth, the Last Supper. He's sending all the folks out there, and he says, "Wait, do you have any swords?" And the guy says, "Yes, Lord, we have two." And he says, "That's enough." Now, 2 swords between a dozen blokes doesn't mean you're going out there to start a war. But two swords for a dozen blokes travel along a thing. If a robber jumps out in front of you, you're going to make mincemeat out of the bastard. So, it's all sweet. Now, remember, back in the time, it was illegal for anybody to carry a sword other than a Roman centurion or fucking whatever, and those approved. Okay? They banned weapons, like all draconian institution. Rome banned private weapons. Everybody carried little daggers, but swords and javelins and that sort of stuff were banned. Everybody had staffs, no daggers.
Well, Patriot, they told you said everybody stay in their home and don't get online. So you don't come up.
Bastards are teaching pacification, and Christ was teaching be prepared, be armed, don't be a victim.
In fact, it says in Revelations, if you do not prepare, you will not survive.
Amen.
And men will fall dead for the fear that is upon them.
Not this one.
Yeah. No, I'm just looking for a weak spot so I can put some lead in it.
Shit hits the fan, everything goes to hell, and that. Sit there, have a quick drink, have a quick think, and that. Gather your wits about you, gather your mates, gather your equipment, gather all the things and that, and make your move. Whether you stay or you play, or you fuck off and that, and go to your safe space and that. I got a safe place. Fucking awful hard for tanks to get in there. In infantry,
Yeah, they can get fucked too. Anybody out there listening telling me to comply, fuck off. That clear enough for you? I can write it down if you want.
I've been non-compliant for 30 fucking years.
I was at the store the other day. I ran into my ex-mother-in-law, and I'm like, "What are you doing out here?" She says, "I don't give a shit about that stuff. You know me." Yeah.
It's funny.
You're doing laundry.
Right. She's on the silver and all that stuff, so she knows.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Off you must fuck. Yes.
Who posted that?
Me.
Nice one. Good job. Keep them coming.
Off is the direction I wish you to fuck.
Look, Jack, it's everywhere, bud. It's all of us. It's the whole world. We're all done. Everybody's done.
No, we're not done.
Nah.
No, I mean done with this bullshit. We're fucked. Fuck them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're done with this.
Yeah, we're done.
This progress. I was called a Fruit Loop 30 years ago. It held me back in promotion in the military because I was caught in a bar talking about this with 3 or 4 other blokes who were thinking like me, and the officer of the day came through the mess at the time and all that sort of stuff, and overheard what we were thinking. He actually joined in part of the conversation, made a few questions, and then reported all this back to ISI, internal fucking security investigations, and that's like the top end. They thought I was a national security fucking risk. And I said, look, I'm not against the country and all that sort of thing, but I do believe we have enemies. We have an Islamic nation above us, 300 kilometres off our coastline, with a standing military of 1.4 million. Our standing military is 65 to 68,000, depending on what time of the month.
Invest in some silver coins.
I want one of them.
Coffee. You wouldn't believe how much coffee I got. Coffee beans in vacuum pack and that I've got.
That's awesome.
Trade goods, ammo, all the thing. I got gardens here. I'm now concentrating on learning. One of the big focuses, veggies, how to grow and how to preserve vegetables and all that sort of stuff. I've got my grains now. I can grow wheat, oats, barley, corn, all that sort of stuff. No dramas. So the basic cereal crops, but it's the veggies and all the rest of the stuff, which is not been my personal experience except for the last 3 years. So, you know, but 30 years ago, just 6 weeks ago, somebody I knew who really paid out on me and ran me down 30 years ago. I don't know, we'll let him go and all that sort of thing. It's kept in contact and all that sort of thing, the social group and all that sort of thing, is now asking me if I know any fucking places out bush to buy cheap that they can prep on.
Oh, now they want something, yeah.
Oh, yeah, and the bastard's fucking cashed up too. Senior officer, ex-military, ex-intelligence, now working in the private field as a security consultant for big companies. The guy's getting a couple $100,000 a year, so he can buy fucking pretty much anything he wants.
Right.
But I very much remember the sting of his lecture on me maybe 33 years ago.
Right.
Ago, and that really, and he had everybody laughing at us, and I just stood there and took it, you know, it's all good. Funny thing, all that time later, now he's asking me, and I haven't spoken to him for about 4 or 5 years, and he used to pass through up north and that, and we'd catch up then.
Yeah, yeah, I have a buddy like that. You know what I told him? He come back to me about 4 or 5 years later, and he's like, I had a similar situation. I was like, because he was asking me for the very thing he made fun of me about. You know what I'm saying? And and I turned around and I was like, you know, first you're gonna have to apologize.
So I can take it out.
About what?
Well,
you're asking me about right now. You remember years ago, you fucking derided me and broke friendship with me because of the shit I was talking about. And it's the exact same thing, exactly what you're asking me for now. I was like, you're gonna have to apologize first, bud. You know, that was just crazy. But yeah, I still talk to him now.
I said, I do know of a halfway prep place up there. It's not cheap, and that because the guys spent years fucking expanding out the tunnels and all that sort of stuff. Explain what it is, and that, but it'll take you 1.5 and that to even look at it, and then you're gonna have to set it all up and all that sort of thing. Because I know I can pick that up for 460,000 and that, but I know the bloke who's got it, and he is old and wants to retire and all that sort of thing. Fucking get it, if I can get him 1.5 mil, that'll set him up and his fucking kids up for fucking life.
Oh wow! Right, you guys are nuts. I wouldn't give these.
Hey, look, I remember, like I said, I remember that Sting 30. I don't want to personally profit from it. I could bleed this situation if I could. I'm not that way. But if I can look after my mate who's got the plates.
Right. Hey Don, I told you I just talked to him. I don't.
And so yeah, I remember this thing. So there's always a payback. If he wants to play, and yeah, fine. So he's got a way to think about it. He's asked me a few more questions. I've got half a dozen emails and that, and we've got photos relayed and all that sort of thing. Area measured and that, internal and all that sort of thing. All the security berms and all that sort of stuff. Zones of fire and all that sort of thing laid out. He's most impressed, but he's just got to come up with he'll come back with a counter offer is what we're hoping. Say $1 million.
So that's a real coin?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit.
It's on Golden State Mint's website, and I saw it on eBay too. Someone was selling a couple of them on eBay the other day.
No shit.
Nice.
That's a real coin. Donald Trump flipping them off.
Yeah, they're going for $122.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
I wonder if the fucking Donald has actually okayed that.
Who knows?
How did you get in here?
Probably. I wouldn't doubt he did.
I wouldn't doubt it. It's going to draw attention.
Yeah, I'm partial to katanas too, right? I know, but to be honest with you, if I'm going to go out that way, and then I'm going to go with a short sword and a axe, I'm better off with it. Seriously, people are faster than me nowadays, and speed's everything with katanas. Liado, the art of the fast draw, and that true masters of that. Their fights never lasted more than 3 seconds.
Yeah, right. I know. Yep.
If you could be the master of the fast draw, and that you whipped everybody else's asses.
Yep. No hesitation, immediate action. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Faster than
I don't know if anybody knows Japanese folklore and all that sort of stuff, and that movies and TV stuff. Hitoshi, and that the blind swordsman, he actually existed, and that, but he was a fast draw exploit thing, and that's
a
where
straight thrust guy.
Before he got cut to pieces by 3 or 4 people. That's the truth of the matter. Then they expanded it out into TV series.
But he was a straight thruster.
No. He had options, and that he did. The final cut was a number 8, if you want to call it. So number 1 is right hand over,
right, and then back over
that way,
right,
up,
straight in.
Then number 4 and all that sort of thing, and that so.
And when you draw back, you just forward back in.
An up stroke, and then with a thing to take the head. So that was the fast draw thing. So it put the other sword out of the way and opened the belly up at the same time, and that would present the body and that from the stroke as a recoil, and that to clear cut, and then the cross stroke would generally take the head because they've stepped in to take the swing. I studied Liddell for years. I'm no good at it. I'm too slow. My shoulder's fucked. Right, yeah. But I can spin. I got good legs. Right, yeah. So I can use Viking style, and I can shield with my axe or strike with my axe and all that sort of thing. Thrust, and I can slash with the sword. Far better system for me in my physical state and capability, height, weight, all that sort of stuff.
I can see you with a gauntlet.
Not much of one. Wrist piece, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Heavy wrist piece.
Coverage, yeah.
Yeah, and
I
in
can see you with a
the
gauntlet.
axe hand, left hand. On the left hand, which is the axe hand, sword in the right.
Mhm.
See, I do say fair commentator.
Just up the side of the hand, protect the top of the knuck. So you got the point sticking out just past the knuck, and then
Yeah.
the rest of it's just covered, and then you got the draw point in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the gauntlet, and that has a leather thong that comes around there, but the steel comes around and covers the knuckles. So instead of, if I want to punch through, it's actually a steel hitting, so it's like a set of brass knucks.
Right.
It's steel. So,
I know.
yeah, same thing. And people worked this out a couple of 100 years ago. They're called the
As
Vikings.
soon as you said sword and an axe, I was like, dude's gonna wear a gauntlet. He doesn't even need a shield.
I'm not inventing anything new.
I know, right?
Yeah. I worked out what's best. And for someone like me and all that sort of thing, I don't have the speed. I used to do hand and a half sword work and all that sort of thing, but again, my shoulders let me down. But I can swing full length. I can stab and all that sort of thing. But the radial work that you've got to do with a hand and a half or with a katana, I'm slow. So I use the speed where it is. My speed is in my hips and in my legs.
Okay.
Because my legs are the best part of me, and everything else up top's been beat up too much. Legs are actually, kneecaps being rebuilt. I've got carbon fibre in them, and they work great. I had a parachuting accident and reversed my kneecaps. In other words, I bent forward. I came down on the fork of a tree, went forward.
Fucking trees.
That's not so great. Try bending your finger back like that. This is exactly what happened. I was a real wimp about it. I passed out, thankfully. There's a photo out there somewhere of them dragging me out in a shroud of ropes and bits and pieces lying out this tree. And then I woke up, and thankfully I had morphine in me starting to work. And that minute and a half, that was not good. Yeah, release your inner berserker. Go hard, go home.
Well,
what are you saying?
Katana their ass pretty quick if I have to, but I'm all about the projectile weaponry is better.
Sorry, I wasn't watching, but the bong was. So it was just telling me that Coon's posted 2.
Well, it's time to kick that goat. Straight.
How long did that be posted?
Fire in the Bowl brought to you by Sussex Gravy Biscuit Farms.com. Rock on.
Oh, hey, Fod. I meant to answer this last night, and it was in the chat, and then I couldn't answer anything last night. Somebody asked me why I fucking do this. That's called the knucklehead salute. When it started off in the drinking days, start drinking, have a shout, because it turns you into a knucklehead. I'm just continuing an old thing, and that now with a new thing. So you smoke enough, and that will turn you into a knucklehead. So that's the explanation. I forget who asked for it, but I'm sorry for not replying. I tried. I did try.
Well, there comes a point where we all get so messed up we can't remember stuff. I was in the middle of a conversation saying something and lost it in a word. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck was I just talking about?
Oh, so that's that.
Yeah, it's that knucklehead thing. You got it. You got it. But
yeah. But that's why we do that. That's the old knucklehead salute. I don't know where it started. It became popular with US servicemen in Australian pubs during the World War II.
It was still going strong in the 80s. I can tell you.
Yeah. But it started in Australia. We don't know whether the Yanks started or an Aussie taught them or whatever. Okay, it's been lost, but it became popular then. There's that many photos from there, and there's Aussies and Yanks in the pubs doing the clock swill.
Some of the guys were saying that it was because I was over there somewhere in the port. So they said, "Don't do that." He goes, "Because you'll get drunk, and then they'll do that, and then you got to do it. And if you have your drink in your hand, which we had mugs, it was toast. You're this bored to
and you end up all over yourself. Yeah, well, see, that's how you catch people with that as well. Because over here we got the pint glasses, a beer, right, and they've got handles on them.
Right.
So you do the knucklehead salute with a pint glass, and
you're toast. It's all over. It's dump the shit all over you, and that's why they call it the knucklehead salute.
yeah, because you do it all night, and it swaps hands, but as you drink more and drink, you forget.
You forget. And if you do, you're done. You're out.
Hey, look, repetition in alcohol, it makes for many embarrassing moments.
Right. Because it's a whole routine thing, and it really is. It's really cool.
Hey, Screaming Goat figurines on Amazon. Hang on, I've got to follow that and bookmark it.
We had one bar in Germany that had they were famous for the boot, and they have these big glass boots. And
I've got one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And you gotta know how to drink out of that son of a bitch, otherwise you're gonna take a bath at the end.
Voichnesgarten?
Yeah.
Was that the place?
Yeah.
Yeah. I went there with one of your fucking Air Force dudes. He took me there.
Yeah, it was actually north of Dienstadt, just right at Dienstadt or close to Dienstadt somehow.
I don't know. And we were teaching your airport defense, air-based defense guys, booby trap tricks and alert tricks and all that sort of thing. You know, all the stuff with trip flares and all that sort of thing. For protection out there. See, we stretching them out 600 metres from the fence. You folks generally teach 50 metres, 100 metres. We go out 600, 800, 1,000 metres, set up trip things on likely approaches and that, because you can launch fucking mortars and RPGs from fucking 800.
Right.
Simple. Okay. Fuck up your day. That's a base thing. So we were teaching your folks our philosophy and all the different dirty little tricks you can play. Gravel and that with sensors in them. Right, yeah. Gravel makes a lot of noise.
But they have yeah, I'm sorry.
And you can make up these little boxes in the gravel, and you know the piezoelectric stuff. Well, that puts out electrical burst. You connect that up with a speaker, and it just goes blat. And if you label up your speaker, which one it come out of, and all that sort of thing, you know exactly someone has just tripped over your chunk of gravel.
Oh,
and
wow.
you can throw 1,000 square meters of gravel, fucking no dramas on an approach, and hide all these. Now, if you also fucking put in a remote detonator thing, gravel becomes fucking shrapnel. Fucking.
Oh yeah.
You've got enough fucking
big time.
I'm a prick that way, but Khmer Rouge taught me. I know.
That's
okay.
where
I learned every dirty trick in the book.
It's real easy to put a quarter stick down underneath gravel. It's not so much that it's going to blow the car, but as soon as that son of a bitch goes off, it's going to shrapnelize that son of a bitch. And there won't be a standing window in it. I guarantee you. Because it's all going to go straight through that floorboard.
I've seen, inch pieces of road base over here go through a panel in a car, through the gas tank, out the gas tank, hit the tyre and get caught in the tyre, because that's where they recovered the thing from. Because it was part of a coronial inquest, and that car was driving by at a mine site, and that they did the blast, and it was a freak thing. He was outside the safety zone 250 metres, but the piece of fucking gravel came through 300 metres where they were driving on the road. Car burned out, the passenger burnt to death, the driver got out with major burns. It ignited the whole thing.
Yeah.
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 So,
Yeah.
and they found the piece of gravel in the car, in the tyre.
In the
And
time.
so,
Shit.
big open cut mine here, big blast section and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Accidents happen, but yeah, 300. So explosives and gravel, it's wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
Well, wonderful if
But
you're
anyway,
finding
so
it.
they had what they called a yard of beer.
Oh
And
yeah, our
was a
former
yard.
prime minister holds the world record for drinking it, the bastard. And because I've been trying to beat him for fucking years.
Right, the yard. Now what I didn't I wasn't that I've drank a few of them, and I managed. I didn't get to take a bath, but I was smart enough just to give it a little bit of elevation down when it got close to that, so I'd get it in there. But yeah,
Yeah, there used to be a tavern a couple cities away from here that had the long glass yard things for the beer, and they made you put down a deposit if you were going to drink out of them, in case you broke the glass because they were so damn expensive.
Yeah, $70 here.
Yeah.
my problem was drinking that much fucking beer at once.
Nah.
No, I mean my stomach wouldn't hold it.
Where I used to live, I used to go down to Friday nights, the RSL return services, like your VFW. But they're big licensed clubs over here, restaurants and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
Poker machines in most of the states. And so they're making money. But they have yard sessions. So you can do a yard of beer for $15. Oh, yeah. And I used to do that all the time. And that, like I said, if you look it up in the Guinness Book of Records, the world record holder is Robert J. Hawke, the former Prime Minister of Australia. And I've been 0.1 of a second off his fucking record so many times. It's not funny. It's hard, man. It's hard. He's good. You just open his throat and pour it in.
Yeah, I used to be able to do that. That was my thing. I could do the pen in the beer can and just breathe it in, just let it flow right down to my stomach. I didn't even taste it. It went straight in, just like a flow tube into a tank. You know what I'm saying? I was perfect. I tell you
I
what,
had a trick. I'd open the can of beer and get my bayonet and put as I lift it up, I'd stab the bottom of the can, put it up in my mouth and pull the bayonet out and just suck that whole can down.
Yeah.
Gone. 1 second.
Carburetor.
Well, that's what we did.
The came out afterwards were explosive.
I always had a military blue black ink pen, right?
Yeah.
Pop that down in the bottom, pop the tab, done.
Hey, I got a tip for Ryan here, and I've just been watching in the thing. Catfish, right? Yeah. Get sick of them, but you can still catch them and all that sort of thing. Man, you can make up things like curry fish cakes, whatever spice that you like, Cajun barbecue thing. Grind up the catfish, get all the bones out, grind it up. Put your Cajun barbecue spice in there, heavy into that, some breadcrumbs and all that sort of thing, so they get a bit crispy when they're cooking well. Just a few seconds in the pan, just to seal them up and hold them all together and all that sort of stuff. Not a lot of oil, and then a couple of them in plastic bags. Stick them in the freezer, and you can put them away, and they'll hold their taste in it. And you're just using it for meat content. Use the flavors that you want. If you like a flavour, you take care there, CP.
Carpenter's taking off.
Do myself too, but I'm lucky I can do it tonight. But yeah, you can just treat it like a meat base and that, and put whatever flavours you want into it.
Oh, okay. Right, got to fold some laundry.
Fold laundry. Crikey, you're domesticated.
He's a single guy. He's got to fold his laundry. Nobody else will.
True. But yeah, mine sort of.
I fold my clothes. Hey, you should see. I'm OCD when it comes to organizational stuff. So yeah, all my shirts are folded, all my socks are paired up and lined up in the drawer.
Look, I do my socks as soon as they come off the line. I fold them up and all that sort of thing in the laundry basket. I get my shorts off and then they get half to quarters, bang, laundry basket. Tracky dacks, bang, folded up. But that's the best I do. I don't fold and organise and everything like that. When I was in the military, I had this 3-piece chunk of cardboard, 4-piece chunk of cardboard with tape in between, duct tape, and so it had flexible joints. And I used to lay my shirts out on top of it and then fold them that way before they went on to a locker, because mine had to be perfect. If I was a sergeant, I was rousting blokes.
Right.
Mine had to be absolutely fucking perfect. So yeah, I cheated.
Yeah. But that was same way with my expectations with everything going on. I was always supposed to be the best. I'm like I was saying, it was always, I'll PLD headed for PLDC, trying to get my way into there, shit like that. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, and the sergeant's always got to be perfect. In fact, it got to the point to where I started not being in my space, just so I could fuck it up.
I have. This is what I was saying. It's taken me years to. G'day, Michelle.
Hey.
Hey, Michelle.
What's the matter, Michelle?
Just frustrated. YouTube's pissing me off.
Why?
Just because I'm like, they buffer videos where none of your followers want to come watch your live streams, and it's not just my channel; it's lots of channels. Not getting notified. They're just really messing with a lot of people, deleting people's videos.
That you should feel honored that they're even paying attention to you.
Hey, Michelle, I lost every video except one.
I know you were saying that too.
I've got a few done and all that. So it's no big deal. This is the way the game's played. The lefties want to fuck you over. This is old Nick running around in these people's lives.
We only got like 30 followers.
Saying you've got to be anti this person because his view is different from yours. Now, there was absolutely nothing wrong with any of those videos. There was no politics in them and all that sort of thing. I showed people how to recycle metal. Some of them had 22,000 views.
Mm-hmm.
There's one there, 24,000 views, 22,000, 4,000, and all that stuff. Some of them are boring as fuck. But showed people, how to sharpen knives using a Japanese toolkit, which was very easy and very cheap to buy. You can buy them off eBay, the Ruxin one. And, they're a good basic kit. You can buy them for $30 on eBay, and they'll sharpen your knife for you. And there's mods you can do with it that makes it even better. And that's how I put the mod video up there as well. But they took them down. And I think they took them down because I actually have ads for Sensor Wars in them. That was the only thing that was contentious in any of those videos. I survived the cold. The big cold that was last month. I survived that. I went through. But all those videos that went through and that had a link to sensorwars.com.
Yeah.
And that's because I went through and did them. And I kept them there. And the ones that are back still have the link to sensorwars.com. Because I said something and I'll back it.
Right.
So, I'm not changing. Yeah.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that video, that signpost for the Jump for Trump thing?
Yeah.
I went over. I found an old Facebook page that I had that I never used.
Jump against Trump. Yeah.
I put it up there, and I put it up there, and now it's gone.
Yeah.
But I might have linked to it on Sensor Wars, and you brought all that down. That may be why it's not there.
You
used a link. Yeah, I used a link.
How about I email it to you?
I got a hard copy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's all good. At that point, I had put it up as a link. We really should make a jug page about that thing, dude.
Actually, I've gone on even better than that.
Have you really?
Should I fucking link this or what?
Yeah. Shit, I want to see it if that's the case.
No. This isn't that. Now, You know about my other two apps?
I remember you saying something about it.
All right. The first app was a pregnancy,
With the pregnancy thing,
Planned, Planned Parenthood app for a pregnancy text kit, and you pissed on your phone.
That's the greatest thing
The
I've
next
ever
one
heard.
was an underwater fucking diving app.
Hey, Jimmy Bean's in the house.
Hey, Jimmy. How you doing, mate?
Jack.
Hey, now the pregnancy test kit, before they took it off Apple iStore, had 490,000 downloads and fucking had 5-star rating. The water one had fucking 1.2 million downloads. Turn your Apple iPhone into an underwater camera by downloading an app. Yeah, take it.
That's awesome.
It was supposedly a Kodak one, but it was spelt wrong, and nobody picked it up. Nobody picked it up. Apple iStore fucking had it as a feature fucking thing.
Wake up.
Writing them. Hang on, my phone died, and it doesn't work, and they didn't protect my phone at all, and all that sort of thing. But they couldn't answer back on the phone they downloaded on, could they?
I can't do it.
I can believe a fucking app will protect your phone against salt water. Seriously.
Oh, well, I was just talking about like a joke page, like it was organized by
these were
and
my
it's
version of joke play pages. But yeah, do it, man.
The embassy still convincing them.
I'm doing an app,
Yes,
and it's basically an anti-Trump app.
But act right this time.
Which basically works into a database of everybody who wants to commit acts of violence against Trump or Trump supporters.
You hear that idiot Democrat state legislator from Michigan who was, I think it was actually from somewhere here in Ohio. This lady wants to try and bring crimes against humanity charges against Trump to The Hague.
Oh, yeah. She's right up there. And out there.
What the
fuck? Gateway Pundit's got that story up there. They've got a good breakdown on it. A couple of other things as well.
Yeah, they were quoting her in the article that I saw. They're like, well, how are you going to go about this? What's the process? Oh, I booked a flight to The Hague. I'll be going there next week. It can't be that difficult.
Hey, for travel restrictions? No, she's going.
Yeah.
And then she's not going to be allowed to come back.
Well, it's finally warming up here. Thank fuck for that.
Well, I'm going to bed early, guys, so. I just wanted to pop in and say hi to everybody.
So now,
Michelle, off YouTube, Michelle, everybody's getting it.
I know. It's been a while since I've been in bed this early, so it's a good thing.
Yeah, it is. Michelle.
What?
You know Psalms?
Yeah.
Take joy in the attacks by the attacks of the evil.
Right.
For these shall become blessings.
Amen. That.
Okay.
Yep.
So
amen.
Don't worry about it. For all that you're going through, because you're on the right track, and that you shall be rewarded and blessed.
Thank you, brother.
Be able to give blessings. So,
thank you for reminding me.
Through righteousness' sake are ye persecuted. Now that's the New Testament. So don't stress.
Yeah, thank you.
It's even better. You know you're on the right track. Hey, look who's up against Trump. You got communists. You got socialists. You've got Nazis. You've got we are fucking jihadists, Islamists, all that sort of stuff, and all that sort of thing. Hey, if that's
Witches.
if those folks are on one side, I don't want to be on that side.
Right?
Yeah, the witches, the Wiccans.
You got all the baby killing groups they're out there against him and all that sort of thing, and that so they're against you too.
Hmm.
And that, so do you want to be associated with them?
Right?
Because that's what you're lamenting. You're saying, you know, you wish you could be accepted by these people. No, that's evil. Don't be accepted by evil.
No, all
That's
these
right.
bastards are all against Trump.
Okay. Take
Wanna be on that side.
rejoice in the persecution of evil.
That's right. Well, God bless everybody in the chat room. Ryan and Jimmy,
Just gives you the shits. I know.
Miriam, Uncle Bubble, Jack,
Right.
Wizard, Canoes. God bless y'all, brothers and sisters. Okay.
Very well, Patriot.
Yep.
All right.
Good night,
Good night,
Michelle.
guys.
God bless her. yeah, Aaron. I don't know what's up with him. I told him he could come here, just drag his shit there, get that car off the road. You know.
Oh, apparently he's got an
Drive
abandoned factory to move into. So
Yeah, that ain't gonna last long.
As a last resort, he might consider it, but I can't see him living in the town. He's he wants to be out in the woods.
well, the abandoned factory's currently on 15 acres. So I don't know if you can get.
He's gonna get rousted right away. I guarantee you, he's going to get rousted right away because they're looking for people that are, that place is notorious for having drug heads in it.
Oh, man.
Yeah. He's already talked about this in the past. So he's going to get ousted. He ain't going to be there long.
No, that's not good. So I had a mate who was living in an abandoned factory and that, and the security got to know him. And he knew he was chasing away the vandals and all that sort of thing, and cleaning up the place. He swept the place out, got all the birds out, put cardboard in a few of the windows in there, and that made himself a little apartment in one of the sections, like a mezzanine manager's office. And so it was all that. Kept the place clean. The security guard fucking saw it and all that sort of thing. The owners came out there one time and said, "Who cleaned the place up?" The security guard was asking. He says, no, there's a homeless guy living in there, and I let him in there if you want to blame him, but he looks after the place. And I said, no, this is fucking great. And then, Paulie was funny. He just didn't want to live with people. He didn't want to be around everybody, and this was an industrial area. And it only, during the day there was people working all that, so at night time they'd all go home, except for a few places that ran night shifts. He'd come out, do a little bit of shopping in the late afternoon, go back to his little thing. And he's going a little well. Man, yeah, that worked out well for him for quite a thing until they sold the place and that. But the owners looked after him apparently. I didn't hear. Fucking mouse again. Just jump in the trap, you bastard.
Mouse?
Yeah.
How's he getting in?
The place is double brick, right?
Yeah.
And on the outside, because it's Australia, and that they leave little gaps in the bricks. Don't put mortar in the up and down slot every so far often. Basket and squeeze through there, get into there, and now get through around where they cut pipes behind the walls and all that sort of thing. But they can also squeeze in under the front door. I watched one come in the other night. I've got to redo the doors in this place. There's gaps that big around the top of it.
Oh, right.
Basel climb up the fly screen, go around the gap at the top there, go along the side, then come over the gap in the front door, and then do this, leap out onto the bloody floor. Go, what the fuck? This is that door behind me. You can see in the picture.
Right.
On top of that, they just leap. onto the kitchen table, and that, because that's behind the door there, you can't actually see that. Covered in shit as well. Yeah, and then onto the floor and off, under the oven, under the fridge, under wherever they can get.
Right.
Bastards.
Bastards.
Bastards. Where's Bill when you want him, you know? Right. But yeah, no, yeah, I tell you what, you know what? I've been finding dead mice everywhere. In these containers, we've got buckets sitting around with about 3 inches of water in the bottom of them. You know what I'm saying?
Little ramps up there and slippery slopes on the end of it.
No. You stick a wire across there like a clothes hanger. You put a roll of toilet paper, empty roll toilet paper roller on it.
But they've got to get up to the top of the bucket.
You put a peanut butter spin, a line of peanut butter around the middle of that thing. They'll go after it. Okay, they're gonna go after it, and they fall into the bucket and they can't jump out because the 3 or 4 inches of water in the bottom of that bucket doesn't allow them to do shit, and they can't climb up the sides, so they end up drowning. And yeah, all you gotta do is keep cleaning them out.
Chicken and fella are out the back, and 3 jocks are out the back too.
Yeah, no poison, no nothing, and that's how you get rid of your mice. I'm telling you.
Yep. Well, no, I just got traps around the place and that. But they're getting used to the crunchy peanut butter, and then I'm going to have to go back to the bread, you dry bread for about 3 days, 4 days, so it gets super crunchy. Problem is all those old wooden traps and that with the spiky thing that you mounted the bread on, the dry bread on, and then you put peanut butter on.
They like apples.
Yeah, here they tend to nibble at the thing without setting the trap off. And that,
Well, you make the piece of apple not big enough, but just to be on it.
No, another trick is superfine copper armature wire out of very fine electric motors. Wrap that around the apple so the teeth get caught in there and they actually trip the trap. Because the apple's actually soft enough they can scrape off the top without setting the bloody trap off. I've watched them do it. I've set up my game campers watching mouse traps, trying to figure out what the best way of catching them.
Right.
Actually, I should have uploaded that to you too. The funniest thing ever, mouse trap. Mouse gets, traditional trap, caught by the neck, bang. Another mouse comes up fucking from behind and rogers it in the trap. And like this, so I get up the next morning and watching the video and all that sort of thing because the mouse trap's in there. What? Dead mouse, and it was a bloke. I checked the mouse in the trap. It was a male mouse. Dirty fake. Necrophiliac, gay, bloody mice. No wonder I don't like mice. It's true.
But yeah, I've just around here it's the water that draws them in a lot of times too.
Yeah. Or your linoleum floors there, Canoe. Rips the shit out of linoleum. Do not use CCI shot shells if you have linoleum floors. It doesn't make little holes in them. It makes little V tears, maybe 1.25 inches long.
Yeah, I have a friend who he's a little out there, and he has a little 22 Beretta Tomcat pistol. He keeps a little CCI shot shells in there, and he'll just sit in his bedroom, laying on his bed watching TV. He'll see a mouse running across the room, boom, right in the fucking house. He don't care.
I can get messy, man. I can get messy.
Yeah.
Mouse guts. Not a lot of it. It spreads.
Right.
Yeah. I wonder if I can dig up the photo.
You guys want to see my shop?
Yeah. Show us your shop.
Okay, I did a bunch of work today. I started cutting the wood for some of my coolers.
Mountain gun. You're talking about recoilless rifle? 105 recoilless? Yeah, a flat set load at a mouse. And remember, with those things, anything from 100 metres down is considered point blank.
Now, I haven't put the full video together. I've got the segments of it, but I don't have the. I'm going to put it together.
Play what you got.
I'm putting the video together for making the coolers. I don't have all of it done yet, though.
Here we're starting the process of building some coolers. And yes, my workshop is a freaking mess. Okay, boards have fallen over and oh my god,
What a mess.
freaking mess. So, but today, I guess the best way to do it is to work in it and clean it up as I go. Believe it or not, I've actually done a bunch of organization in here already, so I can move around. So, but it is what it is.
There's Ranger under the table.
Ranger.
He's like, shit's falling all over the place.
All right, look how big he's getting. Good
Yeah,
Lord.
he's getting big.
He's twice the size he was when I got him 2 weeks ago. That's how big puppy. He's getting really good too. But here, we're doing the coolers. And if you can see, I've already started cutting legs. I've got 3 coolers worth of legs already cut. And working on some more. But I'm not going to be able to use this one because it's just the wood is just too ate up. It's cracked on its edges. The one board is okay. I could probably use it for some interleaf boards, stuff like that. But this one is pretty much junk. So we're going to take this one and we're just going to set it off to the side for now. This is my file. That's my in a minute file right there. There you go. Now you can see it. Yeah. All right, so well, here's where I go to get my wood. Out here, you can see this stuff. That's wood that's got to be cut down for firewood because it's not worth using. But yeah, there's the tray cut off all frame down, and something got out here and knocked over all a bunch of the wood that we
got something that's crawling on the wood over there, trying to get back under the garage.
That's where we get them. Where I've got them stored, and this is the next one I get.
That's how they come off. They come stapled together.
The cut. All right, just a second. I'll get that inside, and we'll pick it back up.
But yeah, there you go. That's enough for that. But yeah.
I never played with one of them things. I played with the Milan and that the Mosquito. Shit, even fucking learned on the Rapier systems, which is a surface beam missile, and all that sort of thing. But I never got to play with. I got out as they'd only been in on your military about 2 years. I'd seen them. I don't know much about them. Never fired one, never played with one, mate, because I got out 2002. So they look good, but I don't know much about them. I prefer the Charlie Gutsake over the RPG. Far better kill ratio with the Charlie Gutsake than the RPG. Better range, better optics. Well, shit, Honduras, yes. I think I had a contact down there in Honduras, and that's for fucking 5 hours. Here's an American guy.
Let's say the tankers. That's a 105 on an M68-3.
Yeah, Carl Gustav.
Right.
84 millimeter.
Platform. Laser guided targeting systems.
Well, the whole thing's what about 22 kilos loaded with one up the spout. The rounds are around about 4.5 kilos to 5 kilos. They do.
Aaron the Tires. What's up, dude?
HE and heat. But
So,
I hope it never comes to shit like that.
right, it ain't. It's not.
Well, it ain't going to happen over there, but remember who we got north to us and who they partner with over there, who look on us with greedy fucking eyes.
Yeah. I have a feeling they're not going to be into conquest. I think they're going to be more on
If
defense.
they pull this stunt again, I get the feeling that this one is
That's
more
it.
of an educational training fucking exercise, that they're taking advantage of the latest virus. One, because of Trump, to fuck him over and fuck up the US economy. Two, to extend their grasp and that because people are fighting back. So this is a way of bringing in another level of control and all that sort of thing. The lefties have been out there offering the fucking world to everybody while this has been going on, and taking down, trying to tear down logic and common sense and all that rest of it. Look how your mainstream media is stretching the point so far, it's beyond ridiculous, to tear the guts out of the chloroquine.
Okay, well, here, amongst all the stuff that's going on, Trump talked very strongly the other day, I think it was yesterday, about going after a payroll tax elimination. Eliminating payroll taxes.
Hey, look, in your what do they call it, the bailout, the stimulus, and that, and all that sort of thing.
You get rid of the Fed, you get rid of the IRS too.
Problem is, everybody in America is on the hook for. We've worked it out roughly because we don't know how many folks are in there, and we don't know what the end costs are going to be because some of them are fucking open ended. Right? There is no fixed fucking figure on some of these fucking expenditures.
Right, I'm just saying the Fed's going away,
and that so $1,200 per.
They're being absorbed into the Treasury Department. So none of this matters. None of that bullshit matters anymore after this. They're going to reserve. They're putting the functions of the Fed are returning to the Treasury Department. The Treasury Department will be in charge of issuing the currency. Okay, that's it. No Fed, no IRS. That's going away. You can get rid of the progressive tax bullshit and work off of tariffs and everything like it's intended to be by the Constitution. I'm telling you, progressive income tax is illegal tax to start with because it is antithetical to the Constitution. The Constitution says any tax put upon the American people shall be apportioned, not progressive.
I hope it works out that way.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening. I've got 2 other contacts.
I know. The big industries around the world are all being called to and all that sort of thing. Alstom, all that sort of thing, and that World Bank's been fucking phoning everybody because World Bank's connected to your reserve, same group.
Well, the guy I talked to today, let me tell you something. The guy that called me today, he was saying, you know how Trump's been saying he wants to refinance our debt?
Yeah.
He's going to refinance it from the Treasury Department at zero interest.
Cool.
No more interest payments, no more Fed, no more bullshit, no more IRS.
See, your 21 trillion, and that then turns into a relative around about fuck. Because see, this is a problem that's very hard to work out your debt. Obama borrowed 2 lots of $2 trillion at credit card fucking rates from fucking China. Australia offered them $2 trillion at 2%. Rightio? And that was the official offer from Australia to the US to loan us $2 trillion. That's when we had it. Fortunately, we had Gillard here at the time, and the $2 trillion disappeared. We don't know where it went. But 2% US, all good. Obama knocked it back, went to China, paid double digits. We think 11%. Nobody knows because that's fucking non-disclosable. The second round of funding, we believe,
Doesn't matter. It's all getting refinanced. It's all
you
getting.
know that
it's
those
zero interest.
two loans, they're $2 trillion out of the 19 trillion that was total. Those
Yeah,
two
those numbers.
loans
Yeah.
take more servicing than the other $14 trillion.
Okay.
So the interest and the repayments of those $4 trillion are more than the other 14 combined.
But get this, he does this all in reserve on the reserve market.
No, if he does that, China's got fucking two options. They can go north into Siberia and fucking make a war with Russia and grab
Why would they?
Western Siberia and hopefully end it
No.
there. Won't happen.
I don't think so. I don't
Russia
think
will go nuclear. The other alternative, and that is for them to back a move from Indonesia and India to fucking take over Australia, whereas China becomes the recipient of all the raw materials.
I think they're going to have bigger problems. They're going to have bigger problems, brother. They're going to have full revolt on their hands.
Well, that's the saving grace in the situation, and that, but like, it didn't happen after Tiananmen. It didn't happen.
No,
Well, the virus came out and quelled the Hong Kong riot.
Well, now you've got the elite.
It spread to mainland. Taipei was back in it.
Yeah, well,
all that sort of stuff. And look how the World Health Organization treated Taiwan with that. No, Taiwan's part of China. No, fucking what? That's the one China policy. And the only pricks that fucking believe that nowadays is fucking China.
Right. They even removed the Vietnam and the Taiwanese flag off the maps.
Oh yeah,
when China, Cambodia, all that.
The new remake of that Top Gun movie, the studio had to redo the back of Tom Cruise's jacket because he had Taiwanese flags on it.
Yep.
The Chinese backers for the studio said, "Fuck that! You're not going to put that on our, in our film."
They had to edit it. Yeah.
Well, the War Dog Squadron over there in Taiwan, they won the bloody. They've won the Top Gun thing over there at Miramar fucking a couple of times in the last 5 years. They hire if you've got a top ace over there, he's got a guaranteed couple of years employment at very lucrative money in Taiwan, teaching fucking pilots over there. There's quite a few former American pilots flying over there in their 40s, which the US doesn't like. They generally promote them to a desk job in their late 30s. These guys are still flying in Taiwan. They're fucking hot.
Right. Now, you guys remember China's got these remote cities, right?
Yeah. A lot of them are empty.
Just built and just sitting there with nothing to do. They got them in Africa. They've got them in China. They got them everywhere. Okay. They got it's pretty crazy. And you're going to watch them start getting filled up here soon.
You got to look at no. There's a lot behind that. You can take a lot thing. There's an empty city there. Shit, what's it playing for? There's an empty city there. Oh shit, and there's 50 odd fucking empty cities out there. The whole fucking thing's ready to go and all that sort of stuff. Right. I went through a property boom, and the generals all got into it, and they went overboard, and that because they were using the people's money to build these apartments, and that they were going to get a percentage off, and it was all approved because the party was going to get a percentage too, and that's what happened. And they went overboard, right? And now read what India you like. They set up these whole new cities and all that sort of thing, and then the manufacturing thing all changed. You know why? You got a new president, and all of a sudden, all the fucking deals and the offshore fucking stuff and that, and factories moving offshore didn't fucking happen. So each one of those cities is a major industrial fucking thing right next to it, but they're all fucking vacant.
Yep.
So there's no way, no work, no factory, no workers, no property expansion and all that sort of thing. And that's what happened. You got a guy in there who started bringing Carrier was off. It was moving out of China, out of Mexico. It was going to China. Carrier was going to China from Mexico. They're going to fuck the Mexicans and go to China.
Yep. Because that I know for a fact because my ex-wife was working for Parker Hannifin.
All right, so you'd know. And
Yeah.
I knew that because Carrier's got a factory here, and the folks here were all kicking up a stink, and that because Carrier over here does a lot of the corporates and the big buildings and the top fucking installs. So they've got a factory here, and that was all going to move to fucking China too. And the guys leaked out the documents and that from head office and all that sort of thing, and showed me and said, "Jack, what can you do?" And I said, "Right, we'll fucking raise this in Parliament and all that sort of thing." We couldn't get it fucking pushed. But we did later, and all that sort of stuff. Carrier's still here.
Right. Husband's on that.
It's more to do with Trump fucking the move to China than anything that the shooters, farmer, and fishers and farmers.
Yeah, those jobs are all going to come back. All those jobs are coming back. Now, they had 3 shifts, 24/7. You know what I'm saying, kind of thing going on at Parker Hannifin, which feeds Carrier and a lot of the other Hussman and all that. Now, it's part of the supply chain for the refrigeration sets and stuff like that, the valves and the stuff like that. So, but the all that shit's coming back. They were down to damn near 1.5 shifts. They were only running full capacity on 2 shifts, and they're basically 50% capacity on at the thing. Now things are starting to change.
Yeah, actually, there, Watchman, it doesn't say New York. It says the great city. And at the time of writing, you've got to tell me which it was of the great city. It wasn't a prophecy. It was a fact.
Well, yeah.
Facts is understood. Is the great city Rome?
No, it's gonna blow up.
Constantinople?
It's gonna blow up.
And
the
kings of the east will rise. I guess I better stand up, eh?
Ain't gonna happen like that.
Yeah, not far-fetched. True. Likely. Yeah, I don't know.
No.
I do know that the Bible warns us against fucking folks who come out and make great claims and all that sort of stuff. Same as my thing. Wizard keeps on saying here is everything's going to be okay and all that sort of thing. I think we've got hard times to come.
Hey, no, I didn't say there weren't going to be hard times coming, but everything is going to be okay.
So, yeah, everything will be okay in the end, but I worry about my kids, right?
Yeah.
Train my daughters. That's why I bought an XD Rock Island Arsehole XD40s for the Christmas a couple of years ago.
Military man.
I've got the place here so they can inherit and they can be here and be safe. Hidden amongst the evil. That's why I picked an agenda, UN agenda, whatever, exemption zone, because the grain bunkers are up the street. The halfway point for the distribution of the grain to feed the controlled population, 600 yards straight down my street, where I live here. That's the train station. With the big grain processing plants and all the rest of it around here. And that's it. That's why I'm here, because it's going to get tough for a lot of folks out there. And I don't really want to go through all that toughness. So I opted out for an exemption zone to bail out of that. They're still going to need this place and fix it, folks, and all that sort of thing. And the kids, even though they're not trained in blacksmithing and all that sort of thing, they can all fix stuff. Motors, electrical cars, change tyres, all that sort of stuff. They can live here and hopefully through connections and that survive all of this fucking thing, avoid the cold, and not take the bloody vaccines and the passes and the chips and the fucking everything that's going to come. The mark.
I'll just say this. You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah. But I'm just explaining why I'm here and what I've done and all that sort of thing to dodge all that.
Yeah.
So with Watchmen and all that sort of thing, I can't speak about a multitude of nations and all that sort of thing. I can look after me and my own, and that's about it. Do my best. I can't even guarantee that, to be honest. Shit, they might drone strike my ass and that just making this fucking video.
Yeah.
No. If it was under the fucking Obama, I wouldn't be surprised. Seriously. One nuke on the Cobblestone and Islam is done. That's what I've always said, because that's why they've got to face it, so God can hear them. If you nuke Mecca and there's no Kabbalah, they're all apostates because Allah doesn't hear them. So when they get up to paradise, he says, I haven't heard from you for fucking 7 years. Fuck you. See you later. And down to hellfire.
Well, you're pretty close to, between the guys here on screen anyway, you're pretty close to a damn near Watchmen convention. So you're preaching to the choir. That's what we're trying to say.
Yeah. The left is using Islam fucking big time, but Islam is also using the left.
Yes, they are. They think they're going to, and I'll tell you what, they will defeat the left because the left don't believe in anything. They have no higher power. Okay, they are their own deities. Okay, Islam will defeat them because they believe in a higher power, what have you.
Okay.
Because they'll be dedicated in something something that is not as something that's more valuable than the life that they are currently living, as far as their ideology belongs.
Watchmen, I'm not doubting you, but sorry, Wiz. Carry on.
They're responding to that. Until he's.
I just a note on Watchmen. He is using stuff out of the good book, and that with good intention, but he's putting modern connotations on it, and I don't think we should be doing that. You know what I mean? No one's disputing you that the basic thing, and that there's hard times to come. God will win out if remember there's an if there. If the people recognize God, repent of their sins, and the nations shall be saved.
2 Corinthians 7:14.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And all that sort of thing. So they shall be saved, the people like that, and then the trumpet will sound, and all the people here. Then you got the folks who realise, fuck, we should have done this fucking before, too late, we're stuck with this now, and it's going to be nasty for them. And I'm sorry for that.
Were found.
But Hing 5, it's all been written for so long. Well, see, North Korea wasn't even known about in there. So, like, and not being rude, Deuteronomy doesn't deal with prophecy. It deals with current events and how that will evolve into things. Actually, I believe Deuteronomy is talking about Rome. And it was factual because Rome fell. It attacked everything else and all that sort of thing. Everything else attacked it and all that sort of thing. And the fires. Hannibal, what was, besides his elephant, what was his big weapon? Fire. He torched Rome. And the pyres went up into the sky and could be seen miles away. He lit the shores of North Africa. Sounds like a nuclear explosion, wasn't it? No, it was just a fucking angry bastard with a bunch of elements and a shitload of fire. Yeah, that's the other thing. And Bubba's brought it in perfectly. And no man knows the hour or the day.
Correct. There you go.
Everybody says that they do. And this is one of the things, not being, excuse me, Drop, if you're watching. I saw you in earlier, but drop if you're watching. That's the one thing that really pisses me off. I know you've claimed a number of times you know the hour of the day and all that sort of thing. The Lord's coming home, and it says no man knows. So you're either not a man or you're a bullshit artist. So that's my point, and I say that about everybody.
Yeah, there will be those that foretell, but yeah, but it's that kind of thing too.
Remember the Aussie Mormon and that scared everybody in '74 and '75 and all that sort of thing. That was all going to end. You know what happened to him?
No.
He wrapped a chain around himself, and that said the world was going to end fucking sometime in '77. New Year's Day '78. He wrapped a chain around himself and walked into a river out here.
Oh, really?
Not being rude. Isn't suicide fucking an unforgivable sin?
Right. Who knows what? Because it's Well, we don't.
So he's going to go to hell.
Purgatory. He's going to go purgatory. He doesn't even get to go.
Purgatory's a man-made invention. That's
what those people.
It actually comes from Baal. True. Purgatory comes from Baal. And that you could buy your way into heaven. You're into the safe space in Baal. You could be one of his leaders. Otherwise, you'd be one of the minions, and that was horrid. You'd be a slave, and you'd be whipped, and hellfire and all that sort of shit. But you could get stuck there if you had the thing and you had the capability, and it was up to your family then to buy your way up into the good things. And that came over into pagan Christianity and all that sort of thing. You get families buying fucking things, windows in Catholic churches and all that sort of thing, and stained glass windows and all that sort of stuff. But to buy their way out of purgatory, just in case. And they used to levy on that. No, fuck the purgatory bit. Purgatory is a man-made invention, and not being rude, I'm a deist. I don't believe in man-made religion. There's a book there. I'll follow that. And show me in the good book where it says purgatory. It's how he's purged.
Excuse me. Thank you. Entschuldigen Sie bitte.
Babylon will be captured, yes. You know where Babylon is? Still where it was in the old days. It's in Iraq.
Yeah, it's still there. Yo. Yeah. So I tell you what though, man. I see so much better stuff coming. There's gonna be crazy shit. Like I said, there's gonna be a lot of people that are going to become either awake or they are becoming victims. Okay? Either you wake up or you subjugate yourself by acquiescence. No, you don't gotta say a word. Nobody sits on the fence.
I think that's already come true, hasn't it?
Well, nobody sits on the fence on this one. You can't. You cannot be on both sides. You have to choose good or evil.
I'm just Jeremiah 59. For I will stir up and bring Babylon an alliance of great nations from the lands of the north, and they shall take up their positions against her, and from the north she shall be captured. I think it's already happened. It's called the Mongol invasion.
You know it, Aaron. You know it, Aaron.
And the next step, and that was onto that, and a couple of years later they got onto Vienna, and that's where the gates of Vienna. The first gates of Vienna, the Mongol invasion, they came up and they met with the thing and they said, all right, we'll go home. Then the Muslims did the same thing about 25 years later, because all their lands have been taken over by the Mongols. So they started to move into Europe. They tried moving into there. They wiped out most of the Indians and that. And what did that last? Like 4 centuries and that 240 million deaths. Wasn't good. But yeah, I think that one's already happened. It's called the Mongol invasion.
We're in the phase of Second Kings right now. We're just prior to the time of judgment.
That's a bold statement.
We're in the times of prior to Jezebel's demise.
Hang five. No, got a few things before that happened.
Oh yeah. They still got it. He's going to destroy the Temple of Baal.
Yeah,
That's
thank you.
first. Okay, he first destroys the Temple of Baal. They tell us how he does it.
What do you think, personally, your opinion, your own personal thoughts? What is the Temple of Baal?
It's these child eaters. It's the element of it's the uh, evil that they're
Baal
eating.
was all about power and prosperity, right? That's why you laid your child and you were Baal into that, or Moloch, or what, one of those other fucking baby fucking sacrificing fucking
Correct.
gods and all that sort of thing. But it was always for power or prosperity. Yes or no?
I guess so. I don't know.
Do you agree that the capitalist system has been corrupted and that by powerful organisations that have been
Sure.
outside of the law and doing evil
Oh
things,
yeah.
supporting evil people and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, that's
A lot of
exactly
that's
right.
going through like
These
and
politicians are all part of it
of
too.
these
Yes.
trading organisations has impacted upon people's lives and finances and all that sort of thing for hundreds of years.
Well, 150,000 indictments say yes.
I think bail is, personally, my thoughts is the financial system.
Part of it. It's part of it.
Yeah.
It's only part
Like
of it.
the trading houses.
It's
and all
only part
that.
of it. It's how they move money around. It's how they distribute their influence.
Yeah.
Okay, that's coming down.
The global chain of reserve banks and all that sort of crap.
Fire in the boat.
And
Yeah,
that,
brother, we're right back at this again because they're getting rid of the Fed. They're getting rid of the Fed.
Yeah.
They're getting rid of the IRS and the Fed.
Absolutely, there, Don. Sponsored by Sausage Gravy Biscuits Farms. Dot.
Right. Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, look, there's nothing wrong with coming on strong, and that, but the channel's all about debate and ideas. Okay, you have your ideas on things. You got to remember, I'm also raised as a Mennonite, so I'm a very old school Christian. Okay, the modern stuff and all that sort of thing. The good book, as I read it, is how I take it. Yes, I do a little bit of personal interpretation and all that sort of stuff. I'm a firm believer that the Lord's Prayer is not a prayer, but a set of instructions on how to pray. And this doesn't say what you pray. Says how you pray. Our Father in heaven, recognition of who He is. Oh yeah, simple stuff like that. That's my interpretation of it, because really, you've got yours, and you've got a lot of modern stuff in there. But I don't see a lot of these folks who are writing that good stuff having premonitions about places like New York and all that sort of thing. I think they were dealing with stuff that they knew. Maybe they didn't interpret it as well. I'm saying it's possible, but I'm open to ideas. It's a big thing.
Hey, I claim no knowledge. I just know what I saw. So it's just that's all I can say.
Yeah, no, you go for it, refresh, come back in, man. I get like that myself. Oh heck! Now my bloody StreamYard's chat is behind, and I've got to hit the new comments button and move this up and down and move it backwards and forwards, and then go back and reload the YouTube chat. Yeah, I know it lags a little.
Yeah, sometimes it loses connection. I get you.
No, well, he actually reminded me for something I should do regularly every 5 minutes.
Right. That sucks.
Because I'm getting influenced by places like Sausage Bacon. Sausage Bacon Biscuits, farms.com.
Sausage
Yeah, I'll get there.
It's one of these, dude. There you go. Right there. There you go. Oh, brother, I'll tell you what, man. Hey, I got all those legs cut, man. Then storm started rolling in, and I was like, "Oh shit!" There you go. It finally stopped.
Yeah, well, see, many hands make light work. I didn't have the hands in the
Right, but I got all those legs cut, and I realized now I got to cut 128 side panel boards.
That's cool.
I'm like,
Hey, I've been rolling, flattening out steel, spring steel, and that to be doing chef knives the last couple of days and all that sort of thing. Just been cutting up old leaf springs and that and rolling them out to thickness and all that sort of thing. I have a goal to make 150 of my standard chef knife pattern before this virus lockdown breaks and Tracy gets on a plane to get out here. So we've got plenty of cell when she gets out here. I only make between 300 and 500 knives a year, all up. And that includes holders and all that sort of stuff, right? Yeah, so doing 150 in the next 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
wow.
Really, really pushing it. Because I'll show you one of them. There's one over there. So, yeah. My goal is to make 150 of these. Excuse my dirty, greasy stain. It's oily, so I get an oil mark on it. So with brass bolster and all that sort of thing. In the next 6 to 8 weeks. So yep. Now I know what you're doing. And that going overboard, but you got to do it, man. You got to make a living. It's all about making a buck.
Oh yeah, well, it's just
You're not a parasite on the system. You got stuff to do, and it takes money to do it. Same as me.
Oh no, I was just, but I got to get these 8 coolers built. I got to get the trailer emptied, and I got to build a planter box as well, and then I got to take it up there and grab another load of pallets.
Watchman, let me introduce you to a new service. If you're only getting news about that now, this is 3 days old. Blazing Press. I'll post a link in here. Let me just duck out. Oh shit, I've still got that going. Close that. And Blazing Press had that 3 days ago, man. You got to keep up with this stuff. Yeah. They're not live streaming at the moment.
You know what that reminds me? Damn it, I need somebody. I need a second set of hands, man. This stuff is getting crazy.
Here we go. And there's a lady out here as well called We the People News. Here's her channel here. Copy. There's hers. I'm still waiting for Blazing Press comes up and that, but that's We the People News. She does 13, 15-minute long broadcasts. Very good interviews. Very good interviews. She's up to date. And another one, Declassified with Junius Shakespeare, and that from Epoch Times. They're pretty much right up to speed. Epoch Times is a Christian newspaper based out of Hong Kong who is very much opposed to China and the party. So, yeah, Jimmy, we the people news. You already know Blazing Press? Well, what you do is you go up into the browser window that you got, you copy the URL, highlight it, right click, copy, then go into the chat window, go into your chat, click in the chat, right click again, and then it says paste as plain text, or paste will work as well. But and that's how you do that there, CP. It's not rocket science, mate. The idiot in Oz can do it. Yeah, I'll go get back here. Oh, shit. There's people here.
Is that fellow?
No. That's a
Magpie?
yeah. And he's lost. He's calling out for his friend. He's isolated. So it's and he's repeating it out. So it's the one young one, and that the alphas are away and that, and he's on his own. I can fix that.
Yeah. It always sounds like a shotgun when he closes that door.
I know.
I'm like, oh shit, he just shot it. I'm waiting for that to happen one day. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. He goes outside and boom. That bastard.
Some feathers floating through the door.
Yeah. No, it's my screen door.
It sounds like a shotgun
I
gun.
got one of those closers on it to make sure it gets closed. Cause, there's too many critters who just fucking know how to open the fucking screen door.
You walked out the door the other day. You said, "Oh God, cops are here," and you walked out that door, and you didn't close that damn screen door immediately.
I just closed myself.
Outside, and then you let go of that screen door, and it came back and went boom, and then we didn't hear nothing else. We're like, is he gonna come back inside? I think he just got shot.
Nah, the funny thing of it was, and it was in the AAC, local area commander. So there's 4 districts in the state of Victoria. This is the guy who's in charge of the Western District. Because all the sports stores are closed, they come out to fucking see me, pick up some fucking 22 subsonic. That's okay. I got a lot of books, and I did the paperwork later, and it's just a transfer. And I get an email, and yeah, got the
boy,
numbers.
that screen door closed. Sounded like gunfire went off. I was like, oh shit! Did he just get shot?
I know. I got some foam seal stripping to put across here, but I've just put that door closer, the new one, on because the other one was a bit weak. And the fucking crooks. If it's not closed properly, it leaves a gap in there, and they get their beak in there, and they drive it in, and opens up, and then they turn their head and push it open, and then number 2 and number 3 run in, and they put their asses up against it, and then the last one that's opened the door now can get in, no dramas. They've got it all worked out. Yeah, hands again.
Oh my gosh!
There we go.
Wow. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, I have to close the back window. I had the windows open today. Had a fan on. My small system is kicking ass. We've got plenty of sun too. So, you know what I'm saying. But it's beefier now than it was after I upgraded it. Well, because we've had a lot more sun now. But it's hanging out pretty nice. I had a window fan, a box fan, mind you, it's a really low usage, fan. In fact, it only pulls off like 1 amp and on high, but it's a box fan for the window, and it works great.
Yeah. University of Sydney here has an online artificial interface. It's a nice looking girl's head, and that it takes a few minutes to realise that she's not actually a real person. And you think, it's just a bird made up, and it's basically like an interface for Google search or DuckDuckGo or something like that. But she talks to you, and can I help you? And it's got a voice interface, and you can speak through a microphone and ask her a question, and she'll run through the database and give you the answer back. Sort of like, Siri or whatever, but it actually has a face to it. But it takes you a few minutes to realise that it's not actually 100% legit.
Yeah, it would be almost like us talking.
Yeah, pretty much. She'll chat. She looks like she's looking at a screen and all that sort of thing, and typing stuff and all that sort of thing. But there's just a few quirks about the eyes and all that sort of thing. You watch somebody's eyes and they'll change expression. Hers are two standard eyes all the time. They're in a very passive hold, very neutral hold. The eyebrows don't go up. There's no colour change whatsoever in the face.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
Tips.
then you look it up and you think, shit, this is an AI.
Jerry Bean, you didn't call me today.
Sam Rockwell.
Yeah, Jimmy, I was expecting you were going to give me a call.
How you doing, CP? Get your washing folded?
Well, I need to be able to contact you somehow, and I'm sending emails to your email. I don't. They say they went through.
Almost done.
It's from my Gmail account, I think. Yeah, does send. Yep, April 7th.
Oh, shit.
JetSurg47, gmail.com. Yep.
Just news coming in, and this is via CNN. Magnolia Rehabilitation and Skilled Nursing Center in Riverside, California. They've evacuated everybody from there because the employees stopped showing up for work. They had 5 staff members test positive, and 34 out of 84 patients test positive. 33 nurses were brought in by Riverside University Health and Kaiser Permanente to fill in on Tuesday.
Okay, Jimmy, send me an email at
Crazy, man.
just straight up, send me an email to tech@greatertech.com. GREATERTECH.com. greatertech.com.
Oh, and here's some more news. Roger Stone, I'm on the email list for Roger. Amazon has just relinquished. You can buy his book on Amazon now. Roger Stone's book is available on Kindle on Amazon. So obviously they won the court case this morning. You familiar with Roger Stone?
Yeah, they won the court case.
It seems so. Well, Amazon has put his book back on its site for Kindle and all that sort of thing. So it's not looking good for the lefties anyway. It's looking good for Roger.
Okay, good.
Okay, so the Amazon, they don't want to be caught not selling his book after he's found innocent. Right, yeah?
Right.
So his book's now available on Amazon. I just got a message through from a friend of mine that Roger Stone's book's available. It's looking real good. They don't explaining why, and these people are a lawyer that's associated with the case.
Do you have a link?
It's a private email.
Oh, did they? I was going to say, did they provide any link for any?
Give me a sec. I'll go to Amazon and fucking absolutely confirm it.
Let me see. I'll do a search too.
That's tight. That's not too cool.
Yes, I do. Got one right here. Well,
you got a link?
oh, that's not it. I don't think it's a Daily Beast report.
Don't know.
And
I got an email from a friend of mine who's a lawyer in the US, and they're assisting with the case. They're more of a researcher than a lawyer, but anyway.
okay, because that would be the guy from Infowars, right? That what's his name?
I don't know. Well, I don't know the guy from Infowars. I know I'm a lawyer from him.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying he's the one that's representing him. He's the one that's.
Well, there's quite a few folks doing research and all that sort of thing out
Correct.
there. Pro bono work for Roger Stone. My friend's one of them.
This is only February 20th. This isn't anything recent.
So I don't have, other than my email, I don't have information.
Oh well.
That.
Okay. I was just hoping there might have been something come out.
Well, I'm about to do a search.
Yeah, let me see some other sites. Maybe it might be a banned video. I'll check that real quick. Yeah. Medical martial law.
Well, he's back on Rod. I can find him on Amazon now. So there's the first thing.
Oh, David Icke decided to come out and say something now. Sorry, I'm just checking out these articles. They banned David Hick's interview.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No.
A Michigan nursing home patient repeatedly sought help from her Amazon Alexa virtual assistants in the days before she died of the coronavirus. Luann Dagan's sister Penny discovered the heartbreaking recordings made at Metron of Cedar Springs before she died in the emergency room of a local hospital. Alexa, help me. How do I get to the police? She asked in another. Had lived in nursing homes suffering a stroke a decade ago. COVID-19 spread through the facility, infecting 31 patients and 5 staffers. That's so. Oh, crikey. That's sad. Apparently, because she had the virus and that and all that, so I didn't want to go near her. You got a duty of care to people.
Right.
Even if I was lying, which I'm not.
Yeah. Nah, I know. Crazy. And the other day, I told you I talked to that nurse from the emergency room. And I was like, why won't they allow people to know about silver? I asked her about that. Why won't they let it be known public that silver is a undefeatable antibiotic and non-toxic and microdose? And she says, well, I don't know. And I was like, you seriously don't know about silver and its ability, its antibiotic properties?
I don't know. That's not taught me.
Right. Says, guess what? I was a paramedic and they never taught us that shit in school.
Yeah.
But you need to look it up. You get all kinds of studies about
every medical reference textbook in there. Everything through from Leon, who was the French guy playing with fucking cadavers and that, and fucking putting bits of silver and making the nerves jump and all that sort of thing. Discovering that silver has a native capability of producing energy and sparks and static electricity and all that sort of thing, and this is what is killing the bacteria and all that sort of thing. But he was playing with the early nervous systems. They used to use silver rods to make frogs jump, if you remember back in the 1870s. All these things and that, because it has this native effect. The rich cunts of the world, right now, excuse my language, the rich assholes of the world. Now they could have all afforded gold dinnerware, and the Arabs do that. But why did all the wise leadership and everything use silverware? Because they're eating utensils, and that would be basically self-cleaning.
Yep.
Give them a basic wash, and that no bacteria would survive on it.
Correct.
Like if you leave it encrusted with egg yolk and all that sort of thing, one, the acid of the egg and that will lead into the silver, because acid's very susceptible to egg acid. Two, it'll provide a perfect bacterial bloody nutrient and that for any bacteria or virus that wants to live upon it. So, just do your basic washing with it and it's all good. Silver's good that way.
Yep.
Colloidal silver
is
homeopathic dosing of silver, and that with fine particles of broken down silver particles that get into your
silver
system.
Oxides. Yep, silver oxides in ointments and creams. Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
I'm about to make a batch of magic mud. I'm gonna need it.
Well, yeah, seriously, you only just learned what bamboo and land blasted mean. Serious. Well, as long as you know now, because that's what they've been doing to us for years.
Yep.
Your folks been doing it to you. Our folks have been doing it to us over here. Yep. We've had the royalty on top of us and that for 100 years before that.
Right. Well, That's not a joke. But yeah, that's all. It's all getting ready to change, though, big time.
You just look different now, bro. Hey, look, unfortunately, it's a thing called aging, man. He's turning into an old fart. He's not quite to my status yet, but he's getting there. Yes, there are. Lots of lonely people out there.
This has been me. So it's been me. Yep.
I'm blessed. I got my girlie. So hopefully she thinks the same way. I'll see how it goes this time around. It can do. It can do. It doesn't do all of them. Somebody tried it for ladies' feminine wash and all that sort of thing, and it didn't work out so well because yeast sort of stuff seems to be impervious to silver. But there are the majority of stuff, yeah. But if it's a yeast or something like that or something, it probably won't work.
Right, impervious. Yeah, but a viral, a bacterial, or even a fungal is not going to be able to exist in the same space.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, body spray just masks it most of the time. Most of the time, it's an underlying problem. I just shower 3 or 4 times a day. I actually haven't showered today, as you probably noticed earlier. Well, I did earlier, but yeah, I've been working since.
Watchman, it's a function of the dairy and proteins.
You haven't hung around old folks, have you, there, Watchman?
I'm telling you, man. It's a function of dairy and proteins that break down in a specific way to create that methane. Yeah, it's bad. It's sulfuric methane is what it is.
That's interesting. That's electricity, guys. Everybody chucks the each in my driveway. It's the biggest driveway. Because it's all good.
Where is Florida? I haven't seen him for the last couple nights.
Actually, I saw Florida yesterday on Pete the Patriot. Or Hang Five, R-rated conservative. Sorry, not Pete the Patriot, R-rated conservative.
Yeah.
So I was over there yesterday. That'd be 2 days ago for you, because of the time difference and all that sort of thing. So yeah, a couple of days.
Yeah, Canoes, how's it going up there anyway with those thunderstorms?
Like last night, when the initial gust front came, because this all blew straight out of the north over Lake Erie.
Correct.
When the gust front hit, I was sitting in bed watching the stream on my phone, and I heard this noise, and I look over at the window, and the window's kind of shaking a little bit, and the sounded like a train was going by super high speed on the train tracks about a mile north of here. I opened up the window, and it was the wind. It was loud, but luckily we didn't get any major damage here on the farm, just tiny little limbs down, nothing major.
Cool.
But there was an EF1 tornado about 10 miles southwest of me. But no major damage. A couple farmers lost barns. That was about it.
Well, they got insurance for that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Whether or not they get paid is another question. Yeah. You know how that works.
Yep, big time. Yep. Insurance companies.
Yeah.
No wonder the jihadis fucking think it's like gambling. Fuck me.
Well, they make it a process of necessity because of just sheer ownership.
Like,
don't know.
like I would have had this place insured. I had this place insured from shit a week before I bought the fucking thing.
Yeah.
And at the final transfer, I had the insurance in place before I had the final payment in. And yeah, and that, but I took out a small mortgage on the place, and that about a year after I bought the place, and that, not a lot, 20 grand, and yeah, they wanted insurance, demanded insurance to get. Oh, it's already there. It's already there. Oh, it's got to be covered for this. It was covered for a lot more than that because I had the solar and batteries and new workshop in by then and all that sort of stuff. So they're all good. But yeah, they jumped that insurance angle straight off the bat. Don't even look, see what you got. Just no, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this. All done, mate. Relax, chill.
Exactly.
Bastard banks, bastard insurance companies.
I'm telling you, man. You know what?
Yes.
At my house, we had the roof redone, right? And had
I
to
didn't know
go.
coyote ass was the only edible part. There's Bill.
I had all the siding done. I had all the soffits replaced. I had all the guttering done, and turn around and even had the roof done. Well, it was all the same company. You know, bam, they came in 2 weeks. It was done. It was a beautiful job they did, except for one thing. They didn't put a drip edge on the roof line into the gutter, and it flooded out my basement. You talk about trying. I'm like, guys, it never did this before. You know what I'm saying? I've been here for 10 years, and what the fuck do you guys do this? And now all of a sudden, my basement's got 3 inches of water in it, and I've got a finished basement.
Remington High Speed.
Yeah. 22 dongs.
Oh, hang five, the clean ball, and that with
Yep.
the cape.
Do you have any idea how old these are?
Yeah.
I'm figuring 50s.
Okay. I found them in one of my dad's ammo cans.
All right, I'm figuring 50s, and that because Winchester had a thing coming out in early 50s called Clean Ball. Remember that they used to come with the like the greased bullets for the thing that like what it was is a process of copper over lead through an acid ionization process, and then they keep it looking like copper, and that by putting grease over it, now they've got it stabilised a lot better, and they don't use it, and that became the Remington Golden Boy. Yeah, back in the thing, and they had the clean ball, and they had the clean ball. Winchester won the case, and so they think K clean ball. I remember that. There was a big. Remember the Outdoors magazine? It's just Outdoors. They had a thing, article basically called "The Ammo Wars," and how everybody was suing each other and that about trade names and all that sort of stuff. It's all in that article there. So if you go to the Outdoors magazine online, you can find that article. And I'll tell you what.
That box is probably, with the ammo in it, is probably worth more than shooting it out of a gun.
Yeah, it could be.
Just for the collector purposes of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it's completely full. I mean, I don't know if you can see. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only got one rifle that'll take 22 long. Marlin Glenfield Model 25. Little bolt action 22.
Nice
That thing takes shorts, longs, and long rifles. It'll feed them every time. Great little gun.
And I reckon I'll take magnums as well. I've
never tried that.
My 22, I fight the whole regime out of them. The only thing I can't like as honest is cylindrical.
Will they fit in the throat?
Yeah, well, the magnum and that eject fucking fine, so they go in. They eject.
I'd have to manually load them because
Fucking loud.
I think he froze up.
Yeah, he did. I think I said loud too loud. Froze him up.
Yeah. There he is. He's back, I think.
so,
He froze.
if I want loud, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. 357s, they were fucking loud too.
38 special.
What, 2-inch barrel?
No.
Nah, it's probably
79.
4.5 or 5.
No, I was saying 38 special. Like I'm used to the.
Oh, snub. Yeah, the snubby. Yeah.
This is a German revolver. This is a Rome Suntheim Brenz.
Rome Industries, and they've been around for a long time.
I think my dad bought this when he was a teenager at a Sears and Roebuck.
Who's talking about onions and green sauce? I gotta scroll back.
A lot of stuff will go good with onions and green sauce.
Oh yeah. I'm missing some of the chat here. No, I've got top chat. I gotta get a live chat. Oh, fucked up again. Man, it would suck most of the time, I would imagine, their Zoom. I know what it's like just with the little fucking arthritis and that, and a few little injuries and all that sort of thing sucks. Being stuck like that, fuck, that'd be bad, man. More power to you for putting up with it and having the attitude that you've got. I'd be a nasty fucking cranky old fart, I'll tell you. Hey, I am a nasty cranky old fart and I'm not disabled.
I just work it out on the property, man. I just, I'll tell you what, I just work it out and just get it all out of me on working.
Just had the fucking cat snoring, CP. There was a series of 22 Wildcat rounds that came out through the late 60s to the early 90s, and some of them like this tiny little projectile and these huge shoulders, this big fucking case coming up behind it. And they got them in handguns and all that sort of thing. And one of the blokes over at Ballarat has got one, so I'm going to go play with it in a couple of weeks. The ammo for it's fucking bomb. So yeah, I'm only going to shoot 30 rounds. That's all I can afford. But yeah, this is 22. Apparently it's got a muzzle velocity around about 3,100 feet per second. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Canoes is spinning. Or is it me?
No, he's spinning. I see it too. Yeah. He just got to refresh. That's all. Yeah.
StreamYard links. Let me just grab this. Copy. Go back down into YouTube. Go there.
Oh, okay.
Paste.
Back.
Here we go. 157-year-old ghost. Bastard. No, I don't want to be 157. 64 sucks.
I got to figure out how many Friday the 13th there was from the day I was born. Because I was born on Friday 13th. That's my true age. Every time there was a Friday 13th, I have a birthday.
So I take it your birthday's not on the 23rd.
Never.
Alright, cool.
It's always on the 13th.
Mine's on the 3rd, but someone was trying to tell me it was on the 2nd one time because it's a leap year. And I'm going, what are you on about?
Right.
I got banned.
I tell you what my real age is because I have a birthday every Friday 13th. I don't care when it is. Could be in October. Could be in May. Could be
Why
in...
not? Why not? Who cares?
Right. This is my birthday.
I don't have birthdays except people remind me.
Well, just if it's a Friday 13th, that's my birthday.
I phoned up Tracy one day
Three
and
birthdays a
she
year.
said, happy birthday and that. And I go, what the fuck? Oh, shit.
Sometimes I have like 3 birthdays a year. It's great. I love Friday 13th.
That'll make you around about 75 years of age there, Jimmy.
Right. Today,
That's right.
somebody would never handle Freddy the Krueger. They would never, they would just totally flip them out if they had a
I was 64.
Freddy Krueger stuff going on. It'd just blow their minds. I'm not a day older than water.
Yeah, I'm looking up prices for this box of ammunition. It looks like they're going for anywhere from $25 to $40 on the collector's market.
Cool.
For that box?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I was telling you. That's so yours is Washington's birthday? February 12th?
Well, if you're born on February 23, you only get a February 23, once every 4 years. So, yeah, I suppose that'd be correct. But if you're born in a leap year and that regular dates and that, you got those regular dates in the regular years, it's only February 23. February 29th? Never run into one of those yet.
I have my oldest grandson is February 27th.
How do you do that? Oh, hang on. No, I'm totally fucked up here. Sorry.
What?
No, I'm thinking Roman calendar, 23 days. Fuck's sake.
Oh, shit.
I
was going to say,
with having an education and then getting wasted. You're confused by all the facts.
Fire in the bowl. That's what that is.
30 days has September, April, June, and November.
Kick that goat.
What's the rest of it? RFM 31, 28.
Yeah, find the damn thing. Hold on.
4, sorry.
That was good. I saw it somewhere. Oh, crap. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this thing I replaced the batteries in it. It got so damn bright, I can't even turn it on hardly. It's on low.
That's what I gotta do.
What's that?
Just chop up some more pot.
Oh, there you go.
I just looked in that, and there is not enough for a cone in that. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm just getting down to the bottoms myself.
Getting down. I'm thinking about taking a trip out to the desert tonight to see if those 2 plants that I wired up in the trees actually survive. I got feedback that they were looking awful grey and brown and all that sort of stuff, so I didn't worry about them too much. I might go out for a drive. 20th of the 4th. All right. April 20th. I didn't know that. Let's see if it's somewhere.
Right, 420. It's a national holiday and it ain't Hitler's birthday. Right. Fuck Hitler. Ain't taking my holiday away. Right.
Yeah, hey, that's a good way of looking at it.
Right.
Yeah, but we do 420 every day.
Yeah, well, we'll try. But that's a special day. It's 420 all day. It's the one day of indulgence, like what, like Fat Tuesday or something like that. Was it?
Hey, you talking about Homer Aberdeen there, Bill?
Ryan firing the bow, baby. I can't run.
We've got that, and we've chopped that, and all that sort of thing. So now we need to throw in some mix to water that down. Oh, no.
And if they do something,
Stuff.
hey, I just thought about this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just baby Hitler video that went viral. Like if a video's got stuff about Hitler on it, to be honest, I wouldn't watch it.
No, I was just saying, if they do try something on 420 or something, elitist, whatever, they try something, all we're gonna do is laugh at them because it's just gonna expose themselves that much more.
What, they're trying to say Hitler was
Every
a stone?
time they move, every time they do something, every time they effectively try to change the situation, they end up exposing themselves for the fraud that they are. Okay, and all we do is laugh at them. It's like April Fools, man.
Watchman Erdogan has come out publicly a number of times as a big fan of Hitler. The final solution. He turned around and during his election campaign and all that sort of stuff, and that quoted the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, which was Yasser Arafat's uncle. Big connections there, and that who's signed up all the Balkan troops and Islamic troops and that to Hitler's Third Reich. He absolutely idolises Hitler. So yeah, you're absolutely spot on there. Man, you see what he did with the tanks down there? Fucking, it was just a repeat of Crystal Nut. So he got, instead of going after the Jews, he went into the against an anti-Muslim Brotherhood crew. Because there's a shitload of Muslims out there who don't like the Muslim Brotherhood.
No, hell yeah, canoes! You deep fry some tater tots. That's the shit, dude. You gotta deep fry when they're all crispy and shit.
Tater tots?
Yeah, tater tots is shit. Rock on, man.
Oh yeah, I remember them. Yep. Just those little pretend potatoes with the crispy outsides and the plastic tater insides.
Oh, dude, I had these tater chip flavoring pack mixes things. I used to put them on tater tots. They're the fucking bomb. Oh my god, you talk about a stoner food, man. You'll eat a whole 2-pound bag of these things. They'll disappear in front of you before you realize you're eating.
I'm talking about American Army chow lines or Marine chow lines and all that sort of stuff. The one things I did like that was probably unhealthy as those tater tots were the hash browns, and they come out like a cake. I'm used to hash browns being bits of taters and herbs and all that sort of thing.
Right. But you use coconut oil to do.
And they cook these things like a cake and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And what they do is they get mashed taters, then they get the pickles, and then they put the bacon, and then all the rest of the stuff is in the chow line and just build up the sandwich as they go along, getting everything else.
The Velveeta. You take the Velveeta
and then the main meal.
You take the Velveeta and you melt it out and you pour it over the tater tots.
Yeah, that's it. Hang for 1814, we took a little trip down the Miami, Mississippi. Is that the one you're talking about? I think there were some trucks and traffic here today. Oh, hello.
30-30?
CP's. No.
Yeah, that's
it's a
that's the
tube
one I grew up with.
gun. 22
Oh,
tube
Yep, 22-250 Winchester.
Yep.
And when I got to be about 14, I got that for my birthday.
You grew up.
That's
Nice.
the 22 long rifle. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the semi-automatic.
Yeah. What's that? 16 round tube, one up the spout, 17.
Marlin 60?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the Army Life marching song, brother. I know all about that one.
Man, I got a Marlin
Oh,
60,
man.
but it's got a black composite stock. It looks like crap.
I used to know all the marching stuff, man. I don't remember now all of it, but yeah. I guess I could have wanted to, but
The Glenfield Model 60. This one's a Glenfield Model 60.
Cool.
oh,
I
wow.
think those
Them are
they
them are
they
my-
marketed those to sell specifically at Sears in Roebuck.
Yep.
I think so. I had my first shotgun was Jake's. If you ever heard of him, J.C. Higgins.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That was an old
Jake
Sears.
Higgins real well.
Yeah, and we'd shoot them, and then to get them, you'd get the with a full choke, and then you'd shoot them with slugs. And if you found one that was really accurate with the slugs, you got it put up. And I don't know where mine's at. Mine must be in the closet. Because I had one that I hunted deer with for 15, 20 years because it was just disgustingly accurate with a bead. All it has is a bead on it. You just look down the bead, and I mean, that thing's nasty accurate out to about 70 yards.
Yeah.
That's how my
I
that
don't
20
know where it
gauge I
is.
has.
I want to show you that one. It's got to be in my closet. Better be in my closet.
They were
You-
pistol guns.
I
And
got
the other
shit laying
one,
all over here.
the other brand we got out here was Fox. And you could get, if you're a hardware store, they would put your name. You had to buy 50 of the things at the time, but they put your name on it, and it made for whoever hardware store, and that by Fox and all that sort of thing, Connecticut, USA.
Well, the semi-automatic's a long rifle only, but the lever action shoots long rifles, shorts, but you can't hardly find a gun that shoots shorts anymore.
Yeah.
Shorts,
Well,
longs,
I'll
or
tell you what,
rifles.
you can that semi-automatic will probably take a short if you feed them manually one by one.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I've done it in mine.
Because we used to, we'd buy our, I don't think I have one here though. Wait a minute.
Some of those shorts were like subsonic sets, weren't they?
Mhm. Little
Yeah.
TBs.
Yeah, them are the ones we used to go out and squirrel hunt with. You just reach in and dump one of them little boxes of 50 in your pocket, and away you'd go.
Yep.
Right away on your bicycle down the road with your gun on the handlebars.
No, I had a horse.
I mean, I can almost guarantee that 60 will shoot a short, but it probably won't cycle and eject
Okay.
completely. It might stovepipe out, but it'll fire.
I'm trying to find how I buy them too. Where is it?
It won't. It ain't gonna stovepipe, but it will smoke out. So you'll have to clean it well afterwards. That was part of the thing. With
That's how I buy the 22s.
that and the 410s, 30s rounds, man. The 410s were nasty. You had to clean them all the time.
500 in the box.
Yeah.
No, I ain't fine. Let's turn it around to the English side. Sorry about that. Oh, no, it's fucking stupid. There we go. English side.
Huh.
Nice.
Nice.
I got my sister, of course.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's I call that one my sister because whoever I'm shooting at, it better be hoping his sister's there to help them.
Just the man come to me.
Yeah.
No shit. Whisper words of wisdom.
Let it be, let it be.
And in your darkest hour. That's how it's supposed to start.
Thanks, like,
Mojo Decoy.
yeah.
What? Who? The what?
Mojo Decoy.
Yeah, it looks like it's a flapping duck on the water.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
battery. Or I don't think I got bad. I take batteries out of everything because it rots them.
Yep.
yeah.
Use rechargeables, my friend.
They don't last long enough, to be honest with you.
The good ones out. You just got to convert them over to 18650s.
Well, yeah, but I mean, obviously.
So you go down to whatever, Radio Shack or whatever.
Yeah.
You buy the 18650 fucking battery out. You pull
There
out
it is.
the double A's that they
Yeah.
generally use with the 9 volts. Put those in there and get the converter module for
Oh,
the power.
nice.
Now, that's remote operated?
This one isn't. No, you just turn it on.
Oh, okay.
My other one is we got like 6 of them. And we got one we even got one that's nothing but a duck butt sticking in the air. Supposed to be like a duck feet. Yeah.
Watchman, come off it, man. Look, most of the folks in here are Christian folks. Do you understand the passage in that where they were preaching and said somebody don't want to hear the message and that, or we're going over the top or whatever? And he said, brush the dust off your boots and keep on traveling. You've passed your message on, okay?
You've done your duty.
Whether it's received or not, that's up to the Lord. You've done your bit and all that sort of thing. Don't play victim.
Right.
He's victimizing you and all that sort of thing.
I'm going to tell you like this. I'm just going to say this, Jack, and I mean it. And I'm saying, you can have the best chocolate chip cookie in the world. It could be the best food on the planet, okay? But if you shove that some bitch down somebody's throat, I guarantee you they're going to.
And here we are. If you ban me, it's because you did not deserve me.
No, if you become a dick about everything, yeah, you're going to get banned. And then, we got your message. We were talking with you.
And that we got your message that you're better than us, and all that sort of thing, and that we're
better than us,
and all the rest of it. So, yeah, hey, like that's cool. But you know the sort of people you share that attitude with. There's one in North Korea. There's one in China. There's one in Venezuela. They're better than everybody too.
Yeah.
There's actually about 200 or 300 in China, and that they call it Juma. Yeah.
Well.
No.
Yeah.
You're inflicting your ideas on everybody else, and if they don't accept
it, what the hell is that, Carpenter? That
It's
a whale deal or something?
No, it's for goose hunting.
Oh, it's for goose hunting.
Yeah, there's this side, and then you drop it on the ground. It's camouflage on that side, and it lays there, and you pick it up, and it's supposed to be a goose flapping his wings.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's when they're a ways away, you flop it, and then you can get them to come to you.
Oh, really?
And a goose flapping its wings is also a signal, not just getting exercise. So it's a demonstration of area. That's how. You ever been confronted by a goose, and they'll sit up there and they'll make themselves bigger and flap their wings, and that's telling them that's your first warning that this is their territory. Now after that, they attack.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen a goose knock the shit out of a Labrador before. Jack, the dog don't like picking them up.
That's why I had them when I had a little farm on the south coast. I had a little army of geese, and I had 13 geese. Maybe it was not. It was certainly the guy who tried to serve me the government papers, it was unlucky for him. He went down to the cop station and asked him to shoot the geese, and the cops laughed at him. Tried to make trouble for the cops after that. Fucking pompous little lot.
God, I wish I could show you guys the blinds and shit. You'd like all that too. We got all the really fancy blinds and the layout blinds and the dug-in pit blinds and the boat and fuck. We got a shitload.
Go big, don't you?
Check it
We were
out.
sitting one day. Yeah, we were sitting one day doing the math on it, you know, just all sitting there doing pinches,
Ink.
waiting for duck and doing math. And then we had to quit because we were getting kind of depressed. It was like, holy fuck,
is
that's
that?
a lot of money.
What is that?
We were sitting.
It's just a little 22.
We were sitting around. Hold on, I got a picture on here now.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's the handgun I learned
That's
to
what I
shoot
need.
with.
Oh,
That's what I need with the pocket.
Yeah, it's a nice little pocket gun.
Like a torium's an extension of the word, and that so a gunatorium, and that would be the place where guns are and all that sort of thing. A torium is a suffix. Our friend is educated in the English language, so you know you can have a drinkatorium as slang, as Australian slang for going to the pub, a drinkatorium or a bar. You get a drink there. Okay. A torium is a place. You put as a suffix, then you put in the prefix, and that makes a complete word. So drink, a place of drinking. Sex, place of sex. Cars, caratorium. And I know you've got car dealerships over there in America called the caratorium. They deal in sports cars. The far end of Rodeo Drive, and apparently there's a shitload more of them spread around the US. About 100 branches, and all their cars they'll ship from a car from one place to where you are. So obviously it's like that, but it's called the caratorium. But yeah, a torium just means place of. Mossens are a bloody nice rifle there. I got one myself.
Ryan? Yeah. Yeah.
It is pretty good up until about 18 mil ammo. If you take the round out of the rifle, put it in backwards. That was a World War One German trick. So the Mauser, the 7.92 Mauser, and that for knocking out the Matilda tanks, because the armor was only like around about 14 mil. And that, but with the Mosin, you can actually take it out up to about 18 mil armor, and that so it makes hits it, doesn't penetrate, but it knocks a plug out from inside, and that plug takes on the speed and bounces around inside and fucks everything up. There's videos on YouTube about putting bullets backwards, one anti-armor bullets. But if you do it with a Mosin, it's even better.
Then my birthday present from Mallory.
What was that?
Cool.
I love show and tell.
Nice. Cleaning
Sorry,
kit.
man, I don't know what it is. Oh, cleaning kit.
Yep.
Cleaning kit. Yeah,
Yeah,
right. Beautiful.
that's cleaning
Nice one.
kit.
Top of the line.
But it's kind of so pretty, I don't use it, you know. I got all the stuff, but I always told her, you know, I want one of them kits because this will cover everything I got. Pretty much everything a guy buys, you know.
Right.
It'll cover it. I always told her I wanted one. She got it for me. Well, I've never even taken it out because I got all the shit in pieces.
Right.
So every time I go hunting, I don't want to take this thing out, fucking throw it in the back of my truck or nothing.
You just want the specifics for what you got. Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's even got the rope cleaning system, everything. It's got it all. It's kind of dumb, huh?
Does it got a center fire laser?
No, No, that I don't have any of those laser sights
Yeah, the
or
laser.
bore sighting. I don't have none of them. I heard them get you on paper, but that's about it.
Well, I like to use those to check the barrel versus the heart sights, just so I could understand some things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not worried about scoping in any scope. I don't need a scope. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I went to scope lately because of my eyes picking up the two sights, you know.
Well, there's something to be said for the
At a
night.
distance,
Yeah.
but I don't see up close, you know. I can't see up close, so it screws up when you're. So I just been putting scopes on everything now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it screws my eyes. I can't see that back sight good enough anymore.
I can still.
Although I see that the peep sight I see pretty good though.
Yeah. Like I said, aim small, miss small. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Shoot a big enough one, you'll just scare them with the noise.
Right. I had an Uncle Erky, and he lived in Kentucky. And he reminded me of Benjamin Franklin. Because he was always in front of this roll top desk that had 100 drawers in it. Shit. There's stuff all over the place. He could fix a watch or he could build a bomb. You know what I'm saying? Right there in that thing. And he told me the only advice I remember he told me, though, he goes, the game's small, you miss small. And I was like, what do you mean? He says, if you're shooting at the head of a rabbit, and okay, if you missed the head of the rabbit, I was, you know what I'm saying, you might hit him in the body, right? I was like, well, yeah, but he says, if you aim at the eyeball of that thing, you're going to hit that son of a bitch in the head.
Yeah. You got to pick your spot.
Yep. That's very. I didn't even understand it when he told me until years later.
All right. I gotta ask. Sorry for interrupting. All right, Watchman. What is our sin? What are you trying to save us from? All right. I know that passage. What is our sin? That's an accusation. All right. We're all sinners. What is it? Educate us.
Welcome to the club.
You have judged us and found guilty of these sins. Tell us what they are.
No, that's a religious attack. That's not even a valid argument. Judging, yes.
Hey, look, the accusation's been made. Let's hear it.
I'm not going to play this game. Ryan, go ahead. Whenever you're ready, you hold the trigger.
Yeah, come on up.
You ever see them? The ones you
A
drag
boar
through the
snake?
barrel?
Just don't be a dick.
I have one for my Glock, a little tiny
Yeah,
one.
they're fuck! These are from a shotgun, you know. They're just that's like an upgrade that, you know, through your hunting career, all of a sudden this came out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, fuck! You just stick. All you do is stick the end on the barrel,
He's a made
and you pull it through,
right?
and it goes
And then it
right
brings
through like that.
the cloth. Okay,
Yep. Got brushes right there that clean the bore.
nice.
You know, the same bore brush. It's got the brushes, and then it drags and cleans it out as you go.
Oh, no way. That is nice.
Yeah.
That is really
Flickered
cool.
and shit.
Now,
battery.
It's one of
for its caliber and gauge and stuff.
Yeah, this one's a 12 gauge.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's, you know, it's one of them things that, like, through your hunting career, you'll find them things where this one thing comes in really. This fucking thing, if you stick your barrel in the mud or do something stupid like that, that's what I use it for. Anything like, then I just drop that thing down, yank it through one time, and you're good to go.
Right. Oh, wow.
You know, you're cleaned out. Yeah, it pulls right out the one end. You just go one shot. It's really nice because you don't pull all that shit back into your chamber, you know. You drop it down through the tube like you're loading it. You drop it down through the tube and it goes out the front. Then it pulls from the back of the gun all the way through it. So you're never spraying all that residue back into your chamber. So it's really nice for cleaning, guns just stuck in the mud, shit like that out.
Yeah, Battery was showing us some Aussie wine on the show last night while you were gone. He didn't get a chance to show you.
I sell Aussie wine at my store.
Yep. Hey, look,
Just so you know,
in certain places for it. Margaret River is coming up, if you like, heavy reds, Shirazes, Cabernets, all that sort of stuff.
That's my gun cleaning.
Kung Fu Slayer, what's up? What's up? How you doing? Hey, kick that goat. Hell yeah. What's happening down there, Jimmy? I really wish you could. Huh?
That's a Cabernet.
Shiraz Cabernet.
Shiraz Cabernet.
I sure wish you'd give me a call and let me know what the hell's happening.
I'm much more partial to the Shirazes, except for next day my hands, the arthritis, and that fucking plays up on the big tannin reds. And that one is their straight Shiraz. 2004, I think it was. Yeah, that was a big tannin Shiraz. But then again, I got my whiskey first thing in the morning, so that's mature. Yeah, grain alcohol.
Right.
Forget about sugar, alcohol.
Hair of the dog.
I think you need grainy alcohol, and that it gives release from rheumatoid arthritis. It's been proven and that, and everybody's going in horror about it. It's like this fucking shit going on with this quinine-based bloody stuff over there, and that the president says it's okay. It says it's looking good. Sorry, it's looking good, promise, and all that sort of thing. Everybody's saying he's giving false hope and that, or trying to shut it down, or banning the absolute use of it. Fucking
what? I was hoping to have some ice cream, but
yeah. Hey guys, as far as this thing with Watchmen, basically what he was doing was he was trying to hijack the subject of the show. Instead of it being about all of us and all of you and all of the things that are going on here, he wanted it to be about him and his message. It went beyond just giving a message. It became a diatribe, and he was trying to take over the show. Even when he wasn't talking about it, he was trying to take over the subject matter. And he
not being rude, he was also insulting everybody
along the way. Yeah, I know.
Matthew 18. Matthew.
He came real close to the line a couple times, and
sinning to leadership, that and how some must give guidance. In other words, he's better than you. He's going to tell us all we're all wrong.
Yeah.
And that was the lead up, and then he quoted the actual section. And look, I've been taught in this, and I understand that. I'll give you a thing what the good book actually says. There is no sin or condemnation to be found in those who are in Christ Jesus. End of story. So if you're doing the right thing, and that by the book, and I see a lot of people doing stuff that's not mentioned in the book, so there's a lot of side stuff. But if you're straight up, you're helping people, you're being honest, you're saying your prayers, you believe in anything, you're looking after those around you and all that sort of thing, no one on this planet can condemn you. No one.
Nope.
And Watchmen, you have no right to do so. You're going against the good book when you do so. And that tells me you've got a problem.
Or an agenda.
Look, I got my beliefs, and you know what? Yeah, and if I try to make you all believe what I believe, and that I'd be doing the wrong thing, because the good book says that's the wrong thing to do. 90% of you is to believe very differently to what I do. I have no right to try to impose my beliefs on any one of you, because the greatest gift from God is free will.
Yep.
And whether it leads you in the
I
right
agree.
path or the wrong path, that's your call. People are not born good, bad, or evil, and that we are made so by choice, by our actions and our deeds. We follow what we believe in and how we act.
So,
So,
all right. Now,
I
Huckleberry Ham. How the hell are you? There's my Huckleberry. Good Lord.
how you doing, huh?
Good to see you.
started a raised bed Sunday.
Did
Darn
you?
neighbor's cats walked all through it.
Marking new territory. That's what they do.
Yeah. What is that thing that you can throw on the thing the cats won't get near it?
No, you know what's the best thing about it? Lemon juice. Spray them with lemon juice. They will never come back.
Well, I was going to use peppermint.
No, get it in a spray. You can do it in a sprayer.
Yeah, but make sure there's no. You know how they get runners on the peppermint and all that sort of stuff. Make sure there's no runners on it, and then throw it around. Mint's good that way, but it'll take over the place
Spray.
like it did in my front
Spray,
garden.
not plants.
Oh, spray, peppermint spray. All right.
No. Lemon juice. No chemicals. Just lemon. They hate it.
Crikey,
Put foil around, hey, you can also put foil around your beds.
But what?
You put foil on the boards around your raised.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, they won't
Can't
touch
come
it.
up to a 9-volt battery.
No, you don't have to do that. Oh, they won't touch it. They hate it.
Yeah.
Aluminum foil sheets, man. Cats hate it. They freak out. They freak the shit out like plastic bags.
I saw a guy. He put foil on his countertop. The cat was up there looking at the countertop, and then he jumped. Next thing you know, he's touching that foil and flying across the room.
Yeah. They hate the foil. Yeah, they won't mess with your beds no more.
Yeah, well, Huck and that join the queue, and that I'm there as well. So, speaking of which, my glass just got it. It's terrible, isn't it? It's got a leak in it. Oh dear. I like this stuff too. How you doing there, Zane? Okay. What was that?
That's a deer call.
Oh, the deer call. I thought
You guys got me digging. Last time I done this, I found like a half a bag of pot in here.
Hey, that's a bonus.
I got all kinds of shit. Look at that fucking knives in there. Wow.
I have a travelling pipe. It's called a self-loader, and it's got a little chamber inside. It's like a tire pressure gauge. And you flick it over, and it's got a little reservoir, and you hold it at the right place. It loads up the pipe, and you swing it back around. Then you can fire it up and take a pot. I lost that thing about 3 or 4 months after I started smoking pot. So about 9 years ago, and I just recently found it, and I was charged up full of pot. And yeah, I coughed my guts up. It was stale and mouldy on the inside.
Oh,
Worst thing I've ever done. Old pot. Yeah. Now very wary of it.
What are you doing, Carpenter?
That's the button. You guys got me rooting around now.
Yeah.
He's going through his stuff. Like, hey, I got this.
Yeah, I forget all this stuff, you know, if I don't dig around in it once in a while. Oh,
Right.
And then this, you guys.
Can't see.
Mike got it for me. It's a really good gut knife. Well, there it is. Really good gutting knife.
Cool.
Yeah, he got me that. And if you notice the color of it,
Yeah.
first time I ever used the fucker. Yeah, first time I ever used the fucker, I laid it down in the grass and was picking all my shit up. And there I sat out there, you guys, for an hour and a half on my hands and knees. And I finally found it. I was just about to give. I was literally there an hour or an hour and a half on my hands and knees. Like, where could this possibly have went? It was brand new. He just got it for me. So I retired it. I took it. I've carried this knife for I don't even know how many years, and I don't even use it.
Right.
Yeah, because it's just got too much sentimental value. It's the first knife my kid got it for me.
Wow.
This is a gutting knife that I knocked up. I've got to do a final polish on the blade. It's got fingerprints and all that sort of shit all over it.
Yeah, see, I'd love to have that, but then I'd get out there, and about the first time that fucker'd get dirty, I'd have a fit, you know. I'd have to stop the whole day, go back, boil some water, clean it up.
This is
because I just have things get sentimental value to me easy.
It's
you know, I get sentimental value
on it.
That's nice.
Stuff. It's got basically what that fingerprint in the middle is actually epoxy, and that when I glued the handle together, and that is, I've got epoxy on my finger. I've got to clean that off and all that sort of thing. But that shouldn't ever rust or stain much, even with blood and the salt content of blood, which is good for staining steel. It's 27 chrome steel. Fucking ridiculous hard shit.
Yeah.
What they call a crucible steel. It's as close as you get the stainless steel, and it'll still be high carbon and all the rest of it. It's closer to us tool steel, but it's a private corporation in Denmark that's been knocking it up. Good steel, though. Holes on edge. So for gut hooks, because they're very hard to sharpen, you've got to get little stones that are curved at the right angle and all that sort of stuff. You want something that's going to last a long time.
Yeah, they're nice though. They're nice. You just peck a little hole, snag the skin, and go right up. You don't have to worry about gut. You know, snagging all the guts. And...
Yeah. Well, and this one's got the flat tip on it too, so if it actually won't snag there, but it'll slide underneath because it flares out because it's got that broad flat.
Yeah. It doesn't snag the gut when you're going through. The gut rolls over.
It's actually smooth and polished, but it flares up and goes in, so it lifts it up into that cutting edge, away from the actual, like the intestines, and you can actually keep this. I've done it so I've kept the stomach membrane intact, cut the flesh open, but that little fine membrane and that, brush it with your fingernails and all that stuff. But yeah, being able to do that a couple of times now, not every time. I'm still learning on deer. Radio. I've got probably 14 deer in my lifetime. Deer are new to Australia, so I'm not a huge thing. We've got them local at the Grampians. I got one last year. I haven't been out since.
Yeah, you know that I just take the regular scoring knife or a supply knife and I nick the gut down by the crotch, just enough to stick your fingers and get them in the hole. Then you just set the blade and you slide it right down between your fingers like that. That's and you just slide your hand right up it, and it just lays them right open. And that's about the only way I've ever figured out. I've saw so many people stick their knife in and go up, and I'm like, oh fuck, you know. And then they got all over. And
This one's the one that I won a competition with in America. Every year, Remington used to put out a deer rifle and a knife combination. And you see it's Remington there.
yeah,
On the other side, one of 1,000, 1994. First production run, made in the USA. I won the competition for the design. That's how I got number 1 of 1,000.
Nice.
They made 1,000 of these. It had
some of that equipment you just don't use. It's just too nice to. I don't care what people say. You can use them and they'd work great. But some of that stuff, I use it more to sit around the house and people can see it.
Yeah. Oh, if you see the little sandblasted circles either side, they give you the grip to grab it like that, and the little indent up behind the blade here, that's exactly what that's for. Put your finger there, you can gauge your depth and go along. That's how I learned when I grew up. When deer
that's a nice skin in there.
And that's but been in the army for a lot of years, but then now there's deer everywhere. So before it was a big deal to go deer hunting, but now shit, I'm 80 k's down the road and I'm there, and I've got a vineyard that they want me to shoot the bloody things on. So, and it backs onto the national park where the things live. So they come in, they jump the fence, go into the vineyards and that, go into the veggie patch, go into the nice green grass area and that all around the place where they've got horses down there as well. So yeah, it's good. I can go anytime. I just haven't been lazy. I'd like to get into the deer hunting a bit more. Maybe when Tracy's over and that, we can do it a little bit.
I just like to sit out there a lot of times, you guys. I used to be quite the rogue killer, and now there's so many times I sit there and they'll come walking right up by you. I got a high-powered rifle and they're 30 yards from me. You guys, I just sit and watch them out and pick the gun up.
Yeah.
Duck hunting is happening to me more and more the older I get. I'll sit in there and do this big call sequence, and they'll run around, they'll fly all over, coming right down. Some of them will drop their ass right in the water, right in the decoys, and I don't even pick my gun up. I just look at them till they fly away. Sometimes I don't shoot like, it's not like it was for me before.
Yeah, no, I generally hunt only for food anyway. So, I used to have kangaroos visit where I used to live. I've got little wallabies here, and they're not good to eat anyway. But used to have roots come to the house, so I'd go down the river and I'd hunt down there if I wanted a roommate, and because I was more happy having the critters around the house. That was their little safe area. The setup was there was this big old hall, like a VFW hall. And I was living in that, and there was olive trees all the way down one boundary and then down another boundary, and it was on 17 acres, so 3 sides. And when kids on trail bikes and all that sort of thing, all the kangaroos would go down and hide in that little triangle hidden away area, eat the grass there and that sort of stuff, and it was all good. Right outside the house windows. Plenty of photos from, they were right outside the door waiting for me because they got tuned onto white bread.
But I'm kind of like you, I don't, nothing that kind of comes around like the house or nothing, I don't monkey with that. I don't, they all get a free tap. Unless it's a big enough buck, and then like I tell anybody, the only thing I can tell you on the big bucks, it's first man on the trigger. I ain't fucking waiting. This cat ain't waiting, I'm shooting.
No, I'm shooting squirrels. I'm with that.
Dave, I almost said his name. Dave, the guy that owns this land. I got 2 buddies. One's that I worked with was a labor of mine. You'll hear me say Dave. And then Dave, the guy hunt on his land. He's the old guy. Dave, he gets real bad squirrel problems. He's got a 22 that shoots shot.
Yeah.
And he traps them and shoots them with them.
All right, another thing in that yams. Yams have got a different flavour in that, so you can actually throw cinnamon in with them, and I agree with that. Yams you can bake in the oven and sprinkle with peel them, bake them in the oven, and just sprinkle some brown sugar over the top of them for the last 5 minutes. I get this like roasted toffee over thing. You can actually make them like a dessert. Yams are good. We get the little native yams over here, and they're very similar to the ones that grow when I was in Tennessee over there. You get the creeks, and you get the yams that grow in the permanently moist soil from the creeks. They never grow more than say 5 yards from the creek. Those little long yams there, and our little long yams over here, they've got to be related. The taste is almost identical. I think the only difference in the taste would be coming from the soil.
Oh. Yeah.
It's like your crawdads. They taste like Yetis. They look a little bit different, but yeah, they taste the bloody same. Nice. And get the wok out.
Bye.
Some sesame oil and a little bit of
I like
olive oil.
those candied yams, Ghost.
Never had the candied yams.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. My grandma, I don't know how you make them. I don't even know what the sweet potatoes, I think, but with some
I
like
got my grandmother's recipe book here, and an old Mennonite lady, and there's candied yams in there. So I'll give them a go one day.
All I know is when you put the marshmallows in it, it changes everything. It's awesome.
yeah, I think that's what they do, something like that. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
If I let me go
Changes
get
the
that
whole
book,
thing.
marshmallows. I think I don't. Nothing in the old Mennonite book.
And candy yams, if they ain't got marshmallows in it, what the hell? Right? That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Hey, get Jack's.
Sorry, I moved
Yes. All I know is every candy yam I've ever ate had marshmallows on it. But I'm killing me some squirrels. Shoot, I'm gonna set up paper targets. I'm gonna draw a squirrel on that son of a bitch. I'm gonna set one about the size that they are. You know what I'm saying? And just an outline. Put
I
it on
saw a
the trees around
video.
here.
I saw a video last year on YouTube. There's a guy that his place is being infested with squirrels, and he made this trap on his deck. He had an overhanging deck on the second floor of his house, and he put up a little trap with some bait, some food or something for the squirrel. Squirrel steps on the trap. It's a little catapult. He fucking trebucheted this squirrel halfway across his yard, probably 200 feet.
I saw that. I saw that.
Instant flying squirrel.
Right.
I'd
Nice.
be sitting on the ground out there waiting with the shotgun, like shooting skeet.
Yeah. No shit. No, but I was thinking about something along those lines because I was like, the one thing irresistible they got to have is everything in a bird feeder.
Mhm.
Right. They will.
They might as well just call them squirrel feeders.
Right. Well, squirrel bait. I'll have a target-rich environment. Guarantee you that. I'm just gonna make me one of those little bird feeder things and put the plastic on it. I got a couple pieces of plastic out there I could probably cut down. Make little windows for it. Make it, just a little simple, wedge bird feeder, and something that can be just gonna take a fall pretty well because it's probably get knocked back. I'll be shooting at it.
Couldn't find
Get squirrels on it. That's my target zone. I got a couple places I'm gonna put them up. Which reminds me, I got to put up my bluebird houses.
your witch.
Bluebird house. I got
Oh,
blue. I built like 4 or 5 of them a few years back, and they're all ready to go. I just got to put them up.
see, I got possum boxes and parrot boxes here. So the parrots, well, it's not really a box. When I get firewood, if I get a hollow log section, I'll close one end off, hang it up in a tree, and the parrot can have its nest in there because they like hollows and all that sort of thing. So I've got
Might end up with a spider box.
yeah, that happens too. I got a cuckoo box one time. A cuckoo bird set up a nest. Well, actually, robins set up their nest in that, and the cuckoo dropped the fucking thing. Like cuckoos do, and then it becomes a cuckoo nest.
Yep, carpenter dropped out.
Yeah, I was talking about. I was looking at possibly putting up a purple martin house, but I think we're right there. If I don't have it up by now, it's probably not worth putting up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the possums to move out of my roof into the nice boxes. I've even made 2 insulated ones, so it's better during winter and all that sort of thing. But no luck yet. The bastards spend his time either between next door's house and my house. Because when I chased him out, he just moved in the next door, and when the snake left, he moved back in. So,
really?
well, I threw a snake up there to chase him out. Threw just a python. It wasn't a poisonous one, just a python. But yeah,
didn't get him.
And they no. I heard the meeting and the departure. It was in the roof.
Yeah.
Also, bang, and then between my place and the fence, there's this archway where there's bougainvilleas growing over. Well, that archway, it's just stretch mesh metal, and but it's got a unique sound, and the bougainvillea sort of shakes. Then from there, there's a leap onto the metal water tank next door, about 5,000 gallon corrugated iron, and that's got a boom sound because it's only about half full, because it's got a leak about halfway up, so it's never more than half full. And then their tile roof next door, but first across the solar panels, which have got a particular sound as well. When a 10-pound possum starts beating feet, taking off the high speed, and all of these sound effects happen within about 3 seconds.
Right. Got vaulted ceilings, so you hear everything. Yeah, that place got vaulted ceilings in it, so you hear everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's timber frame and all that sort of thing, and we've got sheetrock on there, and then I've got padded insulation on top. And this part, I'm yet to do in the converted garage. There was a garage on the end of the house, and I've turned that into two rooms. So this is only one bedroom house. It's now a 2-bedroom house with study or workroom or what do you want to call it. So
there you go. Yep.
So I've had to play with clothes and the solar, all that sort of thing, big sheds. It's all good. It's what you do.
Yeah, right. This is now once you got it set up, that you're done. You move on to the next project and get it. There you go.
Yeah, we'll get there. Gardens are the next big project. And then after that, redoing the awnings out the back. Remember the storm damage I showed you a couple of months ago? And I had shade cloth and timber framing and all that sort of thing. It all got smashed up and that with the little cyclone we had, or tornado, I think you'd call it.
Right.
You got pretty badly smashed up and all that sort of thing.
Wow.
Next door neighbour's garbage can went through it. That's what did most of the damage.
Right.
It missed both of our houses. It went down the backyards and picked up shit and threw it everywhere. I had a 44-gallon drum full of failed knife planks and stuff I'm grinding up and all that sort of thing. And I fuck up.
Oh, shit.
At the metal recyclers, they'll take it away. It picked that up and spread it all over the back lane. And it was 3/4
knives everywhere.
Yeah. Thankfully, it all went away from the houses. They just picked it up and just tossed it.
Oh,
they land flat on the ground, so there's no.
Could you imagine back in a tornado, dude? That would be like the nightmare kind of fucking.
Yeah. When they run into the tool shed and all they've got all their blades around. Yeah.
Right.
It's like in the movie Twister.
Yeah,
Towards
Twister.
the end.
That's what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yep. All the sighs and the chains and everything rattling around. They're like, who the fuck are these people?
My place goes there. I got half-made swords, fucking hadleys. Crikey, what am I doing at the moment? I'm doing homemade Asian trowel and all that sort of thing. With a big heart shape, but elongated heart shaped trowel with the handle instead of being straight. It's curved over, so it digs in front of your hand, and you hand like they work all day with these things. Ergonomic is heck, and so I'm doing a heap of them. Get all them out of the way.
I'll be right back.
I'm going to do other shifts on.
Oh, damn it. Right.
What?
Yeah, I'll be back.
The land of the misfit toys.
Right. We are the land of misfits.
There's a couple of versions of that out there. Do you remember the original? It was one of the opium figures.
No, this is the one out of the Christmas Carol song.
Yeah, I know, but I remember going back to the 1800s, later 100s, one of the opium figures was Samuel Taylor Coleridge. He also wrote Xanadu about Kubla Khan, and that which was hijacked by Frankie Goes to Hollywood. And yeah.
Hey, do you remember a series called Friday the 13th?
I know of it. I've never watched any of them.
Really?
Never.
The thing
I
with that,
only just watched Rambo recently last year.
now I watched it because, well, my associations with Friday the 13th, right?
Yeah. I just don't get into any of this demon stuff and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I know, I get you. Go.
Hang five, we can pronounce that. So you've got to be the low frequency immune system destroying version of 5G. Yes or no? Or am I just in a quantum phasic shift, and that you're actually the ultra high frequencies, and that when you're playing with my mind?
No.
I feel fine, so I know you're not.
I go up to that big ass transmitter in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan that the Navy uses for ultra low frequency, and I transmit this.
Rock on. All right. There we go.
So all the submarines hear the goat scream.
Hey 5G, we've been waiting for you.
Back. Sing us a pie song. You're the pie maker. You farm maiden, you.
Crikey, eh?
Yeah.
We shouldn't really heap them up like that, eh? Hey, look, gents, it's been great. I'm going to have to duck off. And that's
right.
going to Chloe.
Give her our love.
In bed with the cat over there in Oregon in lockdown and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, I better go over and annoy her and see how she's doing.
All right, buddy. I'll see you back. I don't know if they'll still be on, but I'm gonna have to.
If it's still on when I'm off, and then I'll come back on.
All right.
Okay. Everybody watching, thanks for watching. You all be good. Take care. Love you heaps. Good Lord does love you. He's not an authoritarian, but don't worry about the winkers. There's a thing out there called zealots. It warns us in the Bible about that too. You know, if you're just doing the right thing, if you're really saying the prayers, that's all it matters. And that, be a good person. That's all he asks.
Yep.
Be good. Catch us later, folks.
All right. See you tomorrow, Jack. Awesome. So, battery. Unmute yourself. Go on, soldier. Fuck up. Picture something. Come on. You said you were talking about your raised water, your garden beds, and the cats were desecrating your land. Want to hear about the battles in Portland? He's probably out there with putting foil on the raised bed right now. That's a great idea. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. So, yeah. No, but Ranger's been so awesome today. Again, it was really good, dog. Hey, what's up, Bill?
Hello. Do we have any echo?
Nope. It was fine.
We'll give you some credit for the effort.
Right. Hey, Bill. You okay?
Yeah, I don't know. I swiped it or something and it put me out.
You hit the red button. Oh my God. How you been, man?
Good.
What'd you build today?
I actually yanked apart those. I loaded all my pulled apart pallets in my trailer, and I have some bigger pallets that I picked up today with my son and loaded up. I've got them out there ready to tear apart tomorrow.
There you go.
You know what? The guy was thanking me for coming up and asking him about if he had any pallets he could spare. And he said, "Thank you because that you didn't just come and take it, that you came and asked."
Right.
Yeah.
I told they would appreciate that, and you'll have free reign.
He said, "Which ones do you want? Take whatever you want." And I took the ones that had the biggest heavy duty slats on them. And it was like an 8-footer that's got 4x4s and 2x6. 2x8. No, they're 2x8 planks on it. It's a heavy duty pallet.
Oh yeah,
a couple of them. I got some heavy duty ones now.
I have a place where I go to get pallet wood that actually puts the pallet out in their parking lot, out near the curb, and you got to take some major tools to take this sumbitch apart because it's got 2x12s and shit on it. You know what I'm saying? And they're usually like about 6 foot long. And you have to take this. It's all the hardware, the bolts and the nuts and the washers and shit. I get all the hardware off of it too, and I'm like, oh my God, this is awesome.
This guy's offering me a job too.
Oh really?
He's offering me a job. He wants me to drive for him, local.
No shit.
Do some local driving. And check this out. The company is a sheet metal company that makes precision sheet metal parts.
And I told you. Is that some shit?
Things are coming together, man. I got an application and everything.
Nice. Well, keep focused. Keep your focus.
He wrote the phone number down on one of the pallets for me to call.
Well, keep your focus with the work. You know what I'm saying?
I'm keeping my focus on my pallet operation, but
sure.
You know, this could be something that would get me a little cash ahead.
Okay.
So that I could.
I got something I want to show you.
Sure.
Okay. I want to show you this. What I did today. I'm not going to show the. Here's the last one. I want to show you this one here, though. Check this out. This one here. All right. This is what I was working on today. This is how they come off the pallets, stapled together like this. Okay.
Yeah, I have some like that.
Right. And all I do is I come in and I mark it down for the size I need, and then I set the screws because I'm going to use these as legs on my coolers, and that's how I usually have to put them together. But when they came in off the pallets, I didn't take them apart. I just used, they were already stapled together. I just reinforced it with the screws, and then I take it and I cut length off the whole damn thing. I get 5 legs out of each one of these beams, and I'm building coolers. I'm building 8 coolers, so I've got all that stuff. There's my setup. I'm just going crazy with stuff, right? And I'm doing excerpts so I can put all these together in a linear fashion in a video, so that I'm showing you the whole spiel on how to make these things, what I do to make them. All right.
Yeah.
And this is the last one in the series.
All right, guys. Now I've got all the legs cut for 8 coolers. Now we're going to work on cutting the probably the sides.
The side panels.
And then just 16.5 inch, 5.5 inch wide by 3/4 slats.
Yeah. But that's, yeah. So you can see what I'm talking about here. I'm going to be putting these, I'm going to build 8 of them at a time. I've got 40 something coolers. He's got 6 more that I got to go pick up. Another load of pallets that I got to get from him sometime. I was thinking this week. If I can get these coolers built fast enough, he's buying 2 of them and he wants a planter box as well. So I got to get that built. And then when I go deliver that, I'm picking up a load of pallets on the way home. So it's like win, win, win. You know what I'm saying? That's a $300 run. You know, and a new load of pallets.
That's a lot of materials. That's a lot of materials that you're getting for free.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude. It's not necessarily free. You got the time, and then you got your... You okay? He's having puppy dreams. But yeah, I mean...
Well, you didn't have to buy the material. That's what I'm saying.
Right, it costs about $20 in fuel to go get it and come back with it. You know, you got other things to consider, but I mean, I'm pulling back, you know, probably about $400 or $500 worth of materials every time I come back.
Right.
Okay. Each one of those 4x4s that are 12 foot long that I'm pulling off of these things, every one of those is $15 to $18 a piece at the store. And all the rest of the wood is bonus. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And I use a lot of it for a whole bunch of stuff, as you can tell. And I do all kinds of shit, and you'll see that too. But these coolers, I get these coolers built, and then I got to get back onto the armored garden because I got seeds popping out of the ground, guys. It's all they're popping up. They're going crazy. I was like, oh shit. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna have plenty of tomato plants. I'm gonna have plenty of zucchini and plenty of okra. So that's all coming up. So that's the main things I really want out of the garden.
Got a super moon tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, Wiz, can you refresh? We're here in Echoes for you.
Okay, no problem.
going to take a look.
Yeah, they said tonight was going to be a big
You
moon.
going to refresh? Is he refreshing his thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was getting feedback.
Is that better?
Yep.
Ah,
The usual after
That's
behind the
sharing
sequoia.
reset.
Right. Yeah, but that's what I was doing today. I got all that stuff done. I was about to get some more stuff done. I could have had a couple more hours, but we got hit with a thunderstorm coming through, and I was like, I'm standing in the middle building.
Yeah, one of my plans for later today
You know, I
is
think-
to clean out the room I have in my basement, that grow room where my dad grew his dope. I'm going to start my vegetable seeds
Get a
down
good
there,
view of this.
There you go.
but I need to clean it out.
Oh yeah.
It's packed, stacked, ceiling high with boxes from when I moved from the other end of the house last year.
All right.
I'm going to have a shitload of vegetables this year.
nice.
Like, I'm probably going to build a portable stand that I can just haul out to the roadside, and I'm probably going to be selling vegetables come late summer.
Awesome.
I'm up to 5 4x4 pallets.
Well, I've got some
Wow.
prototype masks. I finally figured out how I'm going to be making these.
Big.
Cool.
Hi, Mars.
They're kind of like 1950s, like the doctors in the 1950s used to use. Because they used cloth masks back then.
Mm-hmm.
They were washed. Yeah. I remember when I was younger, they're just basically, they're kind of pleated. Just kind of a pleated muslin material, but it's light enough that you could still breathe. And you get the wrong kind of mask, you're not going to be able to breathe through.
Right.
The moon looks pretty big. It's small on the camera.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it never looks the same in the cameras. Yeah.
But
Oh,
I got a video, and it was about this coronavirus, and they're saying they think this is straight out a demonic coronavirus. It was designed by demons. This guy's a pastor, and he was talking about it. And he says, the more people are afraid of it, the more it's going to spread. I think he's right.
all right.
Well,
Can't see the trees.
right.
I can see
Well,
them.
that's the fear is the part of the poison.
It's making it spread, though.
It's
It's going
called
to spread more and more.
self-fulfilling
gets its-
prophecy. It's called self-fulfilling prophecy. It's called.
Well, he said he had a dream. He had a dream, and he saw this virus, and it had a crown.
I think that's
And
Mars.
the virus had a crown.
That's Mars.
And as
Wait,
okay,
why is it going weird? I moved the phone up and it disappears. Go down, there it is.
There's a refraction.
Could be. But even Mars looks huge.
Oh wow.
I think what could possibly be happening with all these things becoming easier to see, air's cleaner.
Oh yeah, it's just like the water.
Hey, wow, Bill.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is you're talking about and saying he's bringing forth prophecy. But it said there will be prophets in these times, but what you have to do is you have to test them. They have to be tested. You can't take them for granted. You can't take them for, evidence until you start seeing results. And the only one there's only a couple that recent ones I really see had any real prediction whatsoever, and that was Clem Clement and what's his name?
Jonathan Kahn.
Jonathan Kahn and Mark. What's his guy was
Wahlberg.
a firefighter. He was a Mark.
Oh yeah,
Mark Taylor.
Mark Taylor, yeah.
Yeah, and he was specifically right on a lot of shit coming up with Trump. And
Well, I was talking about that other guy, Harold Camping, when he started making these claims that he figured out these numerological figures, and that according to his calculations that the end of the world was going to come. They even had billboards out. Harold Camping did, and he
I
was a
remember.
break off of Church of Christ.
Right.
You remember that now?
Who is that? It's Kung Flu Slayer.
So all I know is that the Bible does say to not be swayed by every wind of doctrine,
Right.
and that's what's going on right. There's a lot of
There's
people.
a lot of fraudulent prophets out there trying to ride the bandwagon. Yep. Just be careful.
Why the mask?
Because he's got corona.
Because it's
Yeah.
required in Portland.
Picked up a case of Corona at Fred Meyer.
My Corona.
Yeah, he's got a 6-pack in the fridge. He goes and gets
Well,
a
the more fearful, I think the more fearful people get, the more this thing grows.
Well, there's a cure for it now, so it's over. Coronita.
Oh yeah,
Corona.
Coronita.
Corona. Actually, Corona Beer Company is shut down. I found out.
Yeah.
Maybe you knew that already.
Yeah.
Yep. I actually I talked with the distributor at my store that handles our Corona shipments, and I brought that up when she called for our order a couple of days ago, and I'm like, yeah, we heard that the plant that makes it shut down. She's like, yeah, but our warehouses have enough for like a couple of months, so it's not gonna really disrupt distribution of it for a while.
Right.
Oh man, there's some loyal Corona drinkers out there. That I know
Yeah,
that.
I know. I don't understand it. I think this stuff tastes like shit.
Zoom says not even UFOs are flying. Rock on, brother.
I don't know.
To me,
if you're talking about like sightings down in like around Area 51 and all that shit, not really true. There's some weird shit going on. They're saying those F-117s out of Tonopah are flying around like crazy right now.
Mm-hmm. Dude, they're so far beyond that now, though. They are so far beyond that. I found some stuff out the other day. It's just ridiculous how far beyond that they really are.
Well, okay, specifically at Area 51, there's a lot of hypersonic activity going on right now.
Yeah.
There's hypersonic activity going on down by El Paso. What's Kirtland Air Force Base outside of Albuquerque, California. There's some stuff going on out there.
I just thought of a joke. Had to do with beer.
What's that?
3 beer giants were chilling at a bar after the convention. And they all decided to have, their choices of beer. Well, the first one says, he's from Corona. He says, I want the finest beer. Corona. And the next guy says, I want the king of beers, the Budweiser. And the third guy goes, I'll have Diet Pepsi. They both look at him funny. Well, if you guys aren't going to drink a real beer, I'm not gonna. He's from Guinness.
Right. Yeah.
I think it tastes flat.
Well, sometimes Guinness is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get the extra stout, it doesn't have as
I
much
like
gas
Guinness.
Yeah, it's a yeast
I
brew
love
beer.
Guinness.
Yeah, it's not got so much carbonation and stuff like that in it,
I buy the one in the can. It's got a CO2 cartridge ball in it.
but it's good stuff. It is. I know. I just can't drink it anymore.
It's much better on tap.
Now, what's much better is you get some Tucher Pilsner Dark.
Ooh, I do not like Tucher.
Dude, that was
Especially
my
Pilsner.
beer. That was my
Oh.
beer. Tucher or Pilsner Weissen Dark.
Weizen maybe, but not Pilsner. Ugh.
It was a Weissen beer.
Yeah.
I'd prefer Tucher over Pilsner.
I like lagers.
We had in Nuremberg at our beer fest, we had two
Mhm.
big beer tents. They had Patritzer and Tucher.
Tucher.
You pass by the Tucher one first, then you go over to the Patritzer tent. And there's more people in the Patritzer tent.
Oh yeah.
I prefer Patritzer over Tucher any day.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I was just happy with Tucher. I was just like, I was 18 years old and drinking. I was like, screw the world.
I know. I went over there when I was 21, and people. I'm at a local bar, and some of them in there are only 14 and 15 years old.
You can go to the bar if you can afford to get there and ask for it. You can have a beer. Shit, the guys fixing the streets. They're putting in the cobblestone roads. They got a beer sitting on the curb and a cooler. Like, had a actual cooler thing wrapped around the beer. And that's what they were doing. They're drinking beer. And
The Germans built our barracks.
Huh?
The Germans built our barracks for 300 people. Three floors, 100 people per floor.
Mm-hmm.
And then the first floor turned into offices, so they crammed us in even tighter.
Right.
But at the beginning of the day, there was one empty rack of beer. And at the end of the day, was 2 6-foot towers. They drink on the job.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They do that too. Absolutely. That's part of their pay. That's part of their pay. That's no joke. That's like their union is crazy over there. That's part of their pay. Is that they provide the drinks. And they only have 4-day work weeks. It's like a holiday every damn week of the year. Damn near over there. And in spring, coming up here soon, probably, they have what's called Fasching. And Fasching, oh my Lord, you can't file for a divorce for anything that happens during Fasching. And it's a 2-week long event.
Now, at the U.S. facilities, they had
come out straight up. 15 and older is legal, and they come out. These are the rules you got, and this is what they read it off to you. Because you're a soldier, you got to know how things work. Cultural exchange kind of thing, and I'm sitting there going, "Are you kidding me?" And here I am. I'm 18.
At U.S. facilities,
the beer tent, for God's sakes, man. I'm like, this is the shit. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, this is it. This is a dream job now, man. I'm in fucking Germany.
At government, U.S. government facilities around the area,
Yeah.
they had some German people working there too.
Right.
They took off our holidays and theirs.
And theirs, yeah. And they still get paid every time they don't go. So they're only working like 3 days a week and shit like that at the time. If that, So, yeah.
And making bank.
Making big bank. Working.
Good night, Huckleberry.
I used to.
Good night, Huckleberry.
I used to go over to Class 6.
Huckleberry. God love you. Dream well, Patriot. Sweet dreams, Huckleberry.
Yeah, good night, Huckleberry. I used to go over to the Class 6 and buy a bunch of cartons of cigarettes.
Uh-huh.
Take them downtown and sell them to the Germans.
Oh, shit. In the 80s, man, you could get a carton
for twice what I paid.
Shit, twice? Are you kidding me? You know what? I kind
of... $40 for a carton of cigarettes.
Oh, we paid at the time I was over there. Okay, we're talking about 84.
Yeah,
83,
I was there in 85.
Yeah, 83, 84, 85. And then I came back 85 to 86. Okay. So, yeah, that's right. But when I was over there, we had 4 marks to the dollar. Okay. I could buy a carton of Marlboro American cigarettes for
It was
$2.50.
over 2 marks for me.
But we had ration cards at the time for PX. But I had 3 ration
You
cards.
didn't.
I had
Cheater.
I had 3 ration cards. And turned around and but I mean it wasn't on purpose but I just took advantage of it. But anyway, I would go in and I smoked too. But I was smoking Marlboro Reds at the time. But I would take a carton of Marlboro American cigarettes and a fifth of Jack or 151 Bacardi to a bar with me, my girlfriends, my buddies, and their girls. You know what I'm saying? And we'd go in and like an entourage thing, and I'd meet the owner and turn around, do the whole 9 yards, do the diplomatic thing, and gift him out a bottle of 151 and a carton of Marlboro American cigarettes. They were here. I hope and they'd show us the red carpet. I'd never pay a bill. They never would give me one. Every
Oh
time
man,
I was giving
I had a
Huh?
a fun night one night. I went to a place called the Nashville Club in Nuremberg.
in Nuremberg. Yeah.
Yeah, the owner looked like Kenny Rogers. Well, one night they close after the train stops going,
Right.
and I stayed till closing. I'm like, oh no, and I missed the train. Mind if I stick around? So, oh yeah, come on, join us at the table. They all have drinks after work,
Yeah.
and of course I don't work there, so I didn't get a glass. And I said, is it possible I could buy another shot of Jack? And he's like, get him a glass. And they started pouring me shot after shot after shot. I didn't pay
Right.
I was so trashed.
Oh yeah.
I went over to catch the train back to the base, and that night somebody was walking around passing out packs of Camels. So I got me a pack of Camels, and I was totally drunk. I sat down on the train, lit up a Camel, passed out. I woke up. I was on the train going back towards our base, and I ended up at the other end. So apparently, I went all the way to our end of the line, and they didn't wake me up. So I ended up going back. Like, where am I?
Oh God. Yeah, because they won't wake you up. They don't. Ain't there?
No, I've seen them go through waking people up.
Yeah.
They didn't wake me up.
Oh, you didn't hear them calling for the stop, right? Yeah, I can see that.
Oh,
Yeah. No, you ever heard of a town called Coburg, Germany?
Yeah, been there.
We're not supposed to be hanging out there, but I went through
That's where the border is.
Yeah, I went through Checkpoint Charlie once, and when we got done, I actually met somebody in there, and there's a little club down there called the Broadway, and that was one of my hangouts and stuff like that. It was in the White House, so we were.
Global Factory's there.
Do what?
The Global Factory is there.
Yeah.
I went there just to go to that place.
Oh, really?
And I saw the little candy stripe poles. Like, that's the border.
Right.
And there was no fence.
But yeah, this was the club. The one of the Broadway club was underneath a factory, basement of a factory or something. It was a dance club thing. That was pretty crazy.
Actually, I think I went to Coburg for a Volksmarch and ended up touring the Global Factory.
Oh, wow.
Then we were on the way back, and I saw the candy stripe poles with no border fence whatsoever. And some dumb soldier, drunk one night, crossed that border, got caught by the Czechoslovakians.
Oh, yeah, the Czechs.
And then claimed asylum.
Really? Oh my god. Well,
They turned him over to our MPs. He went to Leavenworth.
no,
Not good.
not good. Yeah, Jacks don't play. You don't surrender, you're dead. They'll just shoot your ass. They're pretty straight up.
Well, he thought it'd be a good idea. Well, I just want to claim asylum.
No, you
And they're
just
like, no, we don't want you.
exactly. Yeah, but no, yeah, the checks wasn't a joke, but it was the other sides of things that were more stupid.
And one of our helicopters, they were flying. Actually, they fly in pairs.
Yeah,
And they were flying along the border. And one of the Czechoslovakian Air Force guys decides to fly over to the German side and fire at our helicopters.
Yep.
It was an international incident.
I know. I was over there right after that.
1986, I think.
Yeah,
That was my unit.
no, I was in California. I'd already transferred out at that point.
And our helicopters who fly along the border, sometimes with a Cobra.
Yeah.
And one time they were flying along the border, and here comes a Hind flying on the other side. And they started doing little maneuvers with our Cobra, and then the Hind would do something similar. Well, then they decided to go like this, up, like that.
Right.
The Hind went whoop, 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 whoop.
Oh yeah.
It couldn't take that incline.
You couldn't take it in. No shit. Wow, those are
Gravity's a bitch.
Yeah, no shit. That's
What
one.
And you're flying a
Russian
brick.
helicopter?
That's one big ass.
What's that Russian helicopter that's similar to the Hind?
The new one? They got
No, it's similar to the Hind. It's around the same era.
I don't know.
Oh, there's
They used in-
different attack mode ones.
Oh, gosh. Well, I guess I got to
It
go.
was
My
a
battery's
Soviet
dead.
helicopter.
Oh shit! All right, well,
Good seeing you.
charge up your phone. Come back.
Yeah, maybe.
All right.
I got to work earlier
Okay.
tomorrow. I've
Do you?
been working 11 o'clock
See
every
you,
day.
Patty.
Well, then, dream well, Patriot. We'll see you tomorrow.
Peace.
I'm going to share some more military stories.
There you go. Yeah, we will. All right, bud. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
I'm trying to remember. It was oh geez, something of was the name of the helicopter. Ends in OV. But they had a bunch of them for sale. They were selling them at auction that you could buy here in the United States, and I don't remember the name of it.
Were
Then
they
the Russians
transports or the gunships?
It was a heavy gunship type helicopter. It was a heavy attack helicopter, similar to the Hind.
Now, I know I saw a couple years ago they were selling surplus Black Hawk helicopters on the government auction website. You could pick up a used UH-60 for like $600,000.
I think you could still get Hueys right now.
Probably.
That'd be cool to have a Huey.
Now, I went what Battery was working on, those Kiowa Warriors. Those are mean little helicopters.
Yep. I've been in a Chinook, the Jolly Green Giant.
I've walked through them.
I was in Boy Scouts at the time, and they took us up for rides when we were on the National Jamboree. These guys they'd all been in the shit in Vietnam, and it was up in Farragut, Idaho, and they took us up in a Chinook.
Coolest helicopter I've ever been in was one of those Tarhe Sky Crane helicopters.
Mm-hmm.
They had one at an air show that I went to when I was probably about 10 years old. I think it was the last flying model that was in existence at the time. And it had the the cargo container that it carried was kind of like basically like a little trailer, and they had a field hospital set up inside of it, like an aeromedical unit. It was pretty cool.
I'm sad to say the only helicopter I've ever been in is the Chinook. Never been in any others.
I've been in Hueys and Blackhawks. I've been around the Apaches and the Scouts and the Sportsters, but I've never been inside any of those.
I've never been
I've
up
been
in the
there.
air, so every aircraft I've ever been in has been on the ground. Air
Been in
shows and
sea-
museums.
That's the way it's got intended it, dude. I'm telling you.
I've flown in C-130s and C-5s.
Yeah.
The C-5s and the C-130s.
Oh yeah, C-130s. Yeah, I've been. Yeah.
Now, I've sat in the cockpit of an F-16 before. That was sweet. I would have loved to have gone up in the air in that motherfucker, let me tell you.
Yeah, we unloaded several C-130s and for company equipment transfers and stuff like that. We were loading cargo box sets. We got the wheels that attach to the box, and you pump them up and you train them out. That walk. They do like airport luggage. And you move
I
all the
flew in.
equipment out for the mash unit. That's how we loaded up the cargo bus for those. And they'd fly the stuff down with C-130s down to Nicaragua and shit like that.
Did you ever go to Vicenza? Vicenza, Italy?
I don't think so, but I isn't that like right next to where the where is that?
Is that the one on Sicily Island?
No, it's up in northern Italy.
Yeah, but is it northeast or northwest? Because if I remember correctly, that's like the glass thing, right? And it's right next to
That's where that's where we went to Pinok from. When I went from the Middle East, I flew in a C-130 to Vicenza, and flew in a C-130 back again to the Middle East.
well, that's right over there by isn't it like the inland city from the damn it, I can't for some reason it's blowing my fucking mind. The one with the canals and stuff like that, it's all flooded right now.
Venice.
No, you're
Venice?
thinking of Venice. Yeah.
Isn't Vincenza over there next to Venice?
No.
I thought it was. What's the name of the city that's right next to Venice that's famous for the glass?
Florence? I don't know. I don't know my Italian stuff very well.
Oh, okay, I didn't know because I thought that's where it was.
I've been in and out of Rome, but I never stayed or even got to really tour Rome. I flew over it and I landed in Rome, and then we changed planes and did that a couple of times.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Been to Portugal.
Hey,
Portugal was hot.
I took it. We had a 90-day vacation, and it started out. My vacation started out skiing in the Alps, and very quickly ended up in Rome, and then we rented a houseboat, and we did a coastline tour from a houseboat, kind of thing.
Having fun.
Oh shit! We went out the tip of the boot, Sicily. We came back up backside of Italy. We stopped at some names and some towns. I don't even know where the fuck we were.
I'm looking on the map right now. Vincenza is only about maybe 30 miles west of Venice.
Okay, then that's right. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, because they're famous for the glass, I believe.
See, I didn't get out. All I did is I went there for NCO leadership training. It's a thing called PNOC. That's the only thing I did, and you just get on there. You go through it's a 1 week program, and you get out and you go back.
Dude, I tell you what, I've had the dream date, dude. I can't even talk about it here, and it's not a sexual thing, but it's just I don't want to. Well, you started out with the going through the canals. You rent one of those boat things, okay?
The gondola.
The gondola thing. You're right.
Yeah.
And and you ride that all the way into Vincenza. Okay, you're damn near. And then you get out of there and you hit the taxis and then you walk the squares and they're all glass and it's lit up at night. It's so enchanting, right? Well, I'm telling you that. Yeah. It was a good date.
Nice.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
did you have the guy playing the mandolin singing Volare?
Well, I don't know what he was
Oh,
playing, but he did. Yeah, he was doing something. Yeah,
oh.
he was playing that shit. Yeah, we sure did. No shit,
He's
really.
probably singing in Italian. Oh, I love these sucker Americans paying me all this
Probably
money.
so, man. Like, like he was singing. And I wasn't paying attention much to him anyway. So
You were just sitting there going, bastard.
I had two girls.
Damn.
That was my those.
They love the uniform.
Yeah, I was engaged to both of them. They lived with me, both of them, and all that.
I never had those kind of experiences. I was a good boy.
And
was a
either
good
of
boy,
you
too.
guys in your military travels, did you ever pass through Leges in the Azore Islands? We had an air base there that a lot of people did stopover flights through.
No, I know where they are, though, I think.
Probably 300 miles off the coast of Portugal, out in the middle of the Atlantic. I had a friend who was stationed there. He did. He worked on the POL farm on the base. The fuel and the petroleum and lubricant tanks and all that shit. And it was like a fucking 365-day vacation there for him. It was like tropical paradise. He loved it.
Right. Yeah.
It's almost like Hawaii, the climate.
That's what I've heard. Canary Islands, too.
Yeah, right out by
Canary
there.
Islands are. Yeah, they say the Canaries are. It's fantastical to go to the Canaries.
Yeah, that's on my bucket list.
I don't think I've been to the Canary Islands.
The Faroe Islands up in the North Atlantic, like that little cluster of Viking islands off, halfway from Greenland to Iceland. I'd love to go there.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Me too.
That.
And New Hebrides.
The Isle of Man too. That'd be cool.
I'd like to see that.
They got that the big. They call it the TT motor races. It's like one of the most famous motorcycle races in the world. It goes across the entire island.
They say that those islands potentially at one point were part of the nation of Mu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where those scars from the land come from, and the legends that come from the rocks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people always said for years that it was, Camelot or Avalon.
Avalon,
where King Arthur, King Arthur died.
Right.
But there's also Shetland Islands. You've got the Shetland Island.
The Easter Island are on the
Isle of
Islands.
Skye. Orkneys, the Isle of Skye. There's a ton of things to see up in the north.
Way up north to Svalbard and Novaya Zemlya, where they tested all those Russian nukes.
Mm-hmm.
Polar bear country.
Right.
Dude, the biggest nuke that was ever exploded by anybody was that Russian nuke called the Tsar Bomba, huge thermonuclear bomb. It blew a crater like insane in this mountainside, and downwind from it, there's a fjord on the eastern coast of this island, and the Russians turned it into a ship, basically a trash heap for old nuclear vessels. There's probably 40 or 50 submarines there and a bunch of surface ships all rotting away to the water, leaking radioactive waste and all kinds of shit. It's fucked up there.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
Don't forget something. German U-boat.
Yep.
Yeah, well, they got companies
also
that are buying up
U-boats.
the non-nuclear stuff and repurposing the metals. It's just not happening fast enough, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of U-boats up there that were sunk, and they're still pulling them up. And you can, there's an app. I think it was connected with the Google Earth map or something that has. It may even be on regular Google Earth, where you can find all these sunken U-boats that they're aware of. There's more stuff, but
Mhm.
those are the German submarines.
Right, I get that, Ryan. Yep. Yeah, women have a way of messing shit up for that, especially in that format. There's only so much stress they'll take. Right.
I grew up in a cult, so in the cult that I was in, there was a lot of emphasis on being worthy all the time. So I really didn't get involved with women.
I did.
I don't think I didn't want to, but I was, yeah.
No, I did.
Anyway,
I was more interested in camping and canoeing and all that kind of shit. Boy Scouts.
That was my whole purpose in life. That's right.
apparently that was my dad's too.
But you know what? I did get married at 20. And I was with that girl for 14 years. You know what I'm saying? So
Well,
that worked out. Found one.
and she gave you kids.
Oh yeah. That's what happens there, Wild Bill.
No.
Yeah, that's what happens. But yeah.
Kids
Hey
are
guys,
good
I'm
things.
gonna get it. I gotta hit the hay. I've got to get a bunch of shit done tomorrow because we got storms coming up the Saturday and Sunday. I've got to get this stuff done. I've got to get up early and get to it and really bust balls tomorrow. So,
All right.
I'm gonna head it. Do you want to close her up, Canoes?
Yep, I'll take care of it.
All right.
I'll hang out probably here for another half hour.
Rock and roll. All right, guys. God bless you.
Okay, good night.
Thanks everybody for doing what you do. You're awesome. You guys are the ones that make this show what it is.
Buona notte.
And I'm talking about everybody that participates, man. So God bless you. Dream well, Patriots. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hasta mañana.
And know we're winning, right?
Yeah, Italian's not a whole lot different than Spanish. Actually, I think they're kind of like sister languages.
Yeah, they're considered romantic languages.
But in actuality, through a little research, I think Spanish is actually closer to the original Latin than Italian is. Italian diverged from Latin a really long ways.
Yeah, there's some weird linguistic, migration history that like you wouldn't really think of. I used to study a little bit of linguistics, and if you're familiar with Finnish from Finland, they're a very isolated language. The closest related language to them is Hungarian for some reason. Like you think about that kind of migration of people back in history, it's just like, that's just doesn't seem, plausible, but it apparently is.
Well,
let me tell you, Finnish is a very hard language to learn. I gave up on it after a couple of years.
Welsh Gaelic is very difficult to learn.
Oh yeah,
They've
Welsh.
got like one word that's all one whole page of
Yeah.
that you, and it's just one word, and you're sitting there trying to say it. It's so difficult. I tried to learn it, and I haven't stopped trying to learn it. I actually still refer and go back to it, and I'm trying to figure out the best one to learn, if it's going to be Scottish Gaelic or Irish Gaelic, because the reason why is Welsh is so much more widely used than Scottish, and Scottish is almost a dead language, which is a reason why you would want to resurrect it and keep it alive,
Uh-huh.
But Welsh is more widely used, so you'd have more opportunities to speak it with people. And there's some other languages that are also kin to the Gaelic language. There's a language called Galician. I
Uh-huh.
don't know if you've heard of that.
Yeah, I used to study Old English, Middle.
Uh-oh. You went Disney on us there, Canoes. Froze up. Now your screen went black.
Check, check, check.
You're back.
Okay. Yeah, my connection sucks anymore. I need to break down and get real internet instead of just hotspotting through a phone.
Yeah. I like the Polish language, actually. And I was going to ask you, up in the area where you live, do you have like any Polish delis up there?
Okay. The Cleveland area is the largest diaspora population of Polish people in the world outside of Poland. We've got tons of Poles here. Pretty much, we have whole neighborhoods in the outer ring of, or the inner ring of suburban areas in Cleveland that are historically Polish. It's huge.
Same thing in Illinois.
We actually have a holiday here that's coming up here. It's an old traditional Polish holiday that takes place, I think it's a week after Easter. It's called Dingus Day. And it's we have a Polish neighborhood in Cleveland where they have a couple Polish bars, and they close the street down every year, and they get like probably about 2,000 or 3,000 people. They have a parade down, going bar hopping, probably about a good mile and a half between these four bars. They close down traffic for it, and they like crown a pierogi queen and a kibasi king, and they're playing Frankie Yankovic polka, and they're all drinking Polish beer and Polish vodka and eating all kinds of Polish food, and all the chicks are wearing, traditional Polish dresses, and they look hot as fuck. Good times.
Yeah. It wasn't until I went to Illinois that I ever really had been to a Polish deli. And I got introduced to pierogies. Never knew what pierogies were, never even heard of them until then.
Yeah, it's just a different take on dumplings, but it's the best take on dumplings, if you ask me.
I thought they were more like a ravioli.
Mm. Hey, Ryan, good night. Thanks for being modding over on Twitch for us earlier. You have a good one, dude.
Have a good night, my friend. I like Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan's good.
Yeah, I never. Well, the ones I had, they were like cheese filled, and some were meat filled. They had some kind of meat in them. Yeah, they're like a dumpling in a way. I think of a dumpling as just kind of like a ball of dough that you drop in,
Yeah. Yeah, around here, they don't do the meat so much. It's more potato filled or potato and cheese. Chives is big. we get, or especially during Lent, a lot of the Catholic churches around here, the old lady groups in the church always do pierogi sales, and it's 10 times better than anything you get at the grocery store frozen.
Do you have like those little neighborhood bars everywhere over there too?
Beer
Beer
like
bars?
the old, yeah, more in the older, bigger cities, like the county seat cities,
Oh,
which is the town just west of me. There's probably 50 or 60 of them there, all kind of like
they don't even have a name for these bars. The ones that are in Illinois.
Yeah, I don't really frequent those kind of places. You hear them all the time on the police scanners.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like a place where people just go and gather, you know.
Well,
Illinois they are.
like, okay, this, like the more suburban type cities, you got like your neighborhood bar and grill type places, more blue collar, not like low income. Not the hole in the wall dive bar type places. It's all, half of them are yuppified, fusion bars and shit. But mostly
like
it's sports.
sounds kind of like here where I live. What you're talking about. Oh, you went black again. You blacked out on us there. You're back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Are you on that that hotspot?
Yep. And I'm being throttled, so that doesn't help.
I think they're throttling me too. They're kind of doing it underhanded because I'm supposed to have unlimited data. And
yeah, it's the same thing here. Like, apparently, even though it's unlimited, if you go over, for me, it's 35 gigs per month, you're liable to be throttled during peak hours. But, fucking 2 a.m. is not peak hours. Give me a break.
No, I know. Well, maybe it is with coronavirus thing. A lot of people not working right now.
Well, with everybody, doing the live streaming and everything and going online to keep in touch, bandwidth is at a premium. So
True. Well, yeah, I love Polish food though. The Polish food that I've had, I'm sure I haven't tried everything, but
one of the more iconic restaurants in Cleveland is this place called Sokolowski's Inn, and it's a cafeteria style restaurant.
Yeah,
that does like Polish food. Oh my god! But it's authentic ethnic food, and went there. I spent like probably $25, and I got a plate of pierogi, uh, 2 Polish sausages, a couple slices of Polish ham, homemade mashed potato, and a beer. But all this.
Yeah.
We got some really good ethnic Polish families that have their own sausage companies and butcher shops and stuff. In Slovenians, we have a pretty good Slovenian population too. We got a company that makes just Slovenian sausages. They're freaking amazing.
Wow. I wonder if Russian food is similar.
Kind of. The only Russian food I've ever really had was like chicken Kiev. You ever hear of that?
Yeah, I have. have.
Yeah, stuff. Yeah, that are stuffed with like it's tasty. But as far as traditional Russian food, I don't really have that much experience with it.
Yeah, me neither. We do have a German deli here that happens to have a lot of Polish and Yugoslavian people working in it, but it's a deli called Siegfried's Delicatessen. You go in there and you can get Spätzle and Bloodwurst and Schnitzel and a lot of some of the German food I'm not familiar with because the only real German food that I had when I was over there for a year and a half was Bavarian style food, you know. And I got up to Hanover, up in northern area. I got outside of, but you got to keep in mind, East Germany was closed off to us, so we didn't. There's a whole bunch of stuff that comes out of other parts of Germany that I'm not even aware of. And our bratwurst, the bratwurst I had in Germany is nothing like the bratwurst I see here. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
they're not even similar. So, and they
Germany,
always grilled their bratwurst.
They have so many different regional varieties. Like you can go just like a couple towns over from one town, and the sausage, even though it's called the same thing, it tastes completely different.
Yeah, I've had the real long white colored looking bratwurst, and they always grill it.
I'm not a fan of those.
I love them. With Mittelsenf, which is it's a type of a mustard that's kind of a hot mustard.
And
a Weizenbier. And I'm not a big fan of Weizenbier either. I drank it as kind of a utility beer. The beer I drank when I was over there that I preferred was like your dark, real syrupy kind of beers that have a real thick cottony foam on them.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
the only German beer I
liked
ever had was Warnsteiner.
But I would like to try the ales over in England. I would like to see, try some of their ales.
The only one I've ever had was I don't know if it was English or Irish. It was called Bass Ale. It was all right.
Yeah. But I mean, they were drinking it since the Middle Ages. They've always drank ale over there.
Well, yeah, because they couldn't trust the water. They had a little bit of fermentation.
So Germany by and large, and the Nordic countries, they serve lagers. They like lager beers because it's a cold brew process, and they're more fans of lagers. I like the taste of lagers myself, but I'll drink ales. I think Guinness might be an ale, and I drink that. That's a dark ale.
Now, are you familiar with the Canadian beer Molson?
Yes.
They have a line of beer called Molson Golden. It's a blend. It's half ale, half lager. It's very good.
Yeah, with ales they add bitters. They call it bitters. They put when they brew it, they add the bitters to it because they're trying to increase the bitterness. The English like the bitter flavor and everything. I don't like the sweet. I don't really like sweet beers per se, but like I said, with those dark beers, they were a little on the sweet side. They were both sweet and bitter at the same time, and
Yeah, I never cared for Belgian beers. They're mostly for me.
oh, I can't drink those. They give me a headache.
Yeah.
Same thing with Dutch beers like Heineken and stuff like that. They give me a headache.
I've only drank
Awesome
Heineken
taste.
a few times. Yeah, I've only drank Heineken a few times in my life, but like, geez, you get through half a bottle, it feels like you drank a 6-pack. Goes
Yeah, I
right
don't
to
know
your
what
head.
it is. Yeah, another nasty beer that I've drank. You know, when I was a teenager, actually, I drank it and I got so sick from it. It was that freaking Mickey's Big Mouth.
Oh, my sister
Oh,
used to like those. I tried them. They tasted like really stale beer. Never cared. It was always flat.
and I actually cannot stand Corona beer. I do not
Yeah,
like it at all.
yeah. If you have to add a lime to a beer to make it drinkable, it's not good beer.
It's not good beer. It doesn't look right. There's no head on it. I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't foam right. It looks like an artificially brewed beer. It almost looks like I don't know. It looks exactly like piss.
Now, see, my father, his drinking beer for years and years and years was Jenny Cream Ale. You ever have that?
No.
Nasty.
Keep in mind, we don't get beer. Yeah.
Or yeah, but up in beer right part of it.
Yeah. We have a lot of microbreweries here in my state, and that happened to do with the fact that they were trying to, since they didn't want to raise the alcohol level on our beer in our state, a lot of companies wouldn't ship beer in here because they wouldn't make it specific to the low alcohol level.
Yeah.
So they started up a bunch of microbreweries, and they make really nice, good beers and stuff. But they've been up in their quality and everything too here. So, you know, one of them, my cousin actually started up a brewery. He actually built, I think, 3 breweries, and his ex-wife, she got one of them, and it was Wasatch Brewery. That was the name of it. And then he started. I'm not sure. It might have been Rolling Rock. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Rolling Rock's an old brand, one of the older breweries in the country. They're out in Pennsylvania.
Maybe I'm wrong about that then. But anyway, he started up 3 breweries, and I lived with my cousin. He lived up in a ski resort east of us, and he had like the highest house up on the hill up there. He was a general contractor, and really nice guy. If you ever met him, you'd be like, this guy's cool. He's opened his own restaurants and everything. Very entrepreneurial minded. That runs in the blood in my family. We have a lot of people in our family that are, all into, having their own businesses and everything. That's why I had my own painting business for several years too.
Oh, hey, you were saying you had a job offer. What was the deal with that?
It was
Is it good news?
What's that? I don't know if you're talking right now. I think so.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's a company that does precision. It's a company that does precision sheet metal products for high tech industry, and they've got an area where they do powder coating and wet coatings, on the stuff that they make also, which is something that I'm skilled at. So I might wind up working in both departments, doing delivery and working in their painting department. It's a high-tech sheet metal company. They make precision stuff. So here's the cool thing. Now, if I get to know the guys in the shop, I could probably get somebody to do some plasma cutting for me to make some flat fold receivers. Mm-hmm. So you buy your AK parts kit and you do some flat folds and bing bada boom. All I need is a jig. And
I
then
just need somebody with a CNC who can mill some parts for a sear in a trigger group.
yeah.
Makes a few slight modifications to the bolt.
What we do is we get a hold of a Fostech or one of those binary triggers and then duplicate it. But don't duplicate it exactly.
Uh-huh.
You don't want to do some kind of an infringement or something. But then again, it's for your own personal use. It's not for anybody. That's right.
I've been watching those Fostech triggers. This one website that I buy some stuff through, they're called Devor.com, DVOR, and they have lots of firearm stuff on sale. And they had the Fostech, the Generation Echo trigger that has like a paddle. It's a paddle selector that trigger guard instead of the normal selector on the
I know what you're talking about.
Receiver. It's pretty sweet.
So you can bump fire it. It's a bump fire
like
trigger.
$240, I think.
Is it a bump fire trigger?
You're wearing once when you release the trigger. It's a binary. But the control,
binary.
The selector for it to turn it on. It's add-on piece that goes on the trigger guard.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're cutting
Not
out
a priority
occasionally, though.
All right. Yeah. It's not a high priority at the moment for me, though.
No, and it's a nice to have thing, but in all honesty, I think you're better off with just semi-auto anyway. Just do a trigger job on it and get your trigger really finely tuned with about a 3-pound pull and cut back on some of the travel on it. And I think you're going to have one hell of a trigger there that'll almost be like full auto.
Yeah, the trigger that I have, the entire lower parts kit that I have is the standard Aero Precision lower parts kit. So it's mil spec, but it's nothing fancy.
See, it would be it really isn't a huge advantage to have 3-round bursts if you could ever have that kind of a trigger without having to go through the ATF thing. But a 3-round burst is about all the full auto a guy really needs to keep to stay on your target, because you're going to have to let off and get back on it, let off, get back on it. I kind of like the 3-round burst idea. I actually think it'd be better about 4 or maybe even 5-round bursts instead of 3 rounds.
I saw a video a couple years ago on YouTube. A guy, he built a rifle and he put a binary trigger on it with a bump stock.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
It was fucking lightning fast. Like it almost jumped out of his hands.
Oh my gosh! Well, we can't. Can we even get bump? We can't buy bump stocks now.
No,
Can we?
but I am.
But if you have them already,
I'm positive that you could find the plans for them. You know, to punch into a 3D printer, because that's all. It's all fucking plastic.
well, if you have them already, can't? Did you have to take them off or what?
I think technically, if you owned one, you were required by law to turn them in. Sadly,
Oh,
yeah. Or file, maybe there's an exemption where you could file paperwork and then, a tax stamp or something.
yeah, that was our president that did that. But he was stuck doing that.
Unfortunate. Yeah, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, unfortunately.
So I say, if you can do the binary, just do the binary. Because I don't really need a bump stock. Actually, I can bump fire without a bump stock.
Yeah, see, I'm waiting to throw this rifle together. I was going to do it a couple of days ago, but I found out that I don't actually have one of the tools that I need to put it together. I could half-ass, substitute something, but I don't want to, fuck up the finish or anything. I had a set of brass punches and a small brass gunsmithing hammer. I found what was in the basement. My dad shattered the handle of it. And the punch was what the fuck. All I found scattered amongst the tools was a bunch of steel punches, but I don't want to use those and miss my strike and fuck up the receiver or something when I'm trying to hammer a pin in. So I ordered a set of brass punches. They should be here in a couple of days.
Well, I hope I get this job. I really kind of hope I get this job. I really hope I get this job.
Well, I hope you get the job too.
Because, and it's not that I have to keep it forever or anything like that. It's not like I want to make it a career or something. I just need something for the meanwhile. And if I could get to know any of these guys, I might be able to get them to cut me some, bring them a template and have them cut me some steel to do some flat folds. Maybe not some flat folds, plural, maybe just one. But it'd be nice to get like a paper template or something where I can have them cut me something on a and actually I'd like to get the template to do the 308, the Zastava M77, the one that's chambered in 308, and then go to Green Mountain Barrels, get my pole, and maybe find me a parts kit somewhere so I can make a 308 AK. But that's not the end all. I mean, there's even more stuff out there. There's parts kits for FALs, and all the FAL is going to have a cut up receiver, and you're going to have a complete parts kit for it, and they are out there. Yeah. And then there's the actual HK 91. That's the 308 made by HK. Well, they're out there too. They're parts kits. They're surplus parts kits. Every one of these parts kits are going to be minus the receiver, and it either will not have it at all, or
I've
it
seen
will have
them for sale for over 20 years, and all the mail order surplus catalogs.
Yeah, and when they cut these receivers up, they don't cut them up nicely. I mean, they are slag and everything. I mean, they're just nasty. So you'd be doing having to do some filling in and machining and stuff. It really wouldn't. I don't think it'd be worth it. I think the parts
Well,
would be, but not trying to restore a receiver. No.
you can just go to that classicfirearms.com. They got Chinese surplus Type 56 SKSs for $300.
Oh shit! Yes, I know.
And if you have
Yep.
a curio license, you can do it that way because they're old enough that you can go through that form and bypass the regular FFL.
Yeah, I don't. I
got a
don't have a
bunch-
curio license.
I might look into that actually.
That would be a good idea. Might even get better prices too.
Oh, I'm sure.
If you're CNR and you're a collector, yeah. That was the case with the or also there's the Civilian Marksmanship program. If you're into the M14 or the M1 Garand.
Yeah, we got Camp Perry's an hour west of me. They have CMP regional headquarters there.
And I think they do 1911s also, government issue 1911s.
Yep. And they're starting to get some of the M92 Berettas.
M92 Berettas, and the other one is the M1 carbine, the 30 caliber M1 carbine.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of it too. That's a cool little rifle there. But you know,
I've seen them. I've never handled them.
Well, the ballistics are really similar to a 223. Very similar.
I like an M3 grease gun.
So would I. In fact, I'd love to. Actually, no, I'd rather have a Tommy gun.
Get a BAR.
Well, I'd rather have a BAR over all of them. Yeah.
Well, I tell you, I'm entering this contest every day to win that Barrett 50 cal. They're giving away on Classic Firearms.
Oh, I got to get on that. I haven't even entered it.
Yeah, you just go to Classic Firearms. It'll pop up on their homepage on the front page.
I've entered so many of their contests and never got anything for years. I've been entering them.
And they get so many fucking entries. Yeah.
But if you refer me or I refer you, we get like
900 points. Yeah.
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 If we could get Wizard on there too, and a few other guys.
Yeah, I know Wiz is doing them. He was doing it last month when they were doing that M1. Yeah, the problem is, as much as a 50 would be fun like that, there's no place around here that I could shoot it. Probably the closest place that I could safely shoot it would be at Camp Perry at the CMP range, because it's right on the shore of Lake Erie, and that's where everybody fires off to, is over the lake. Yeah, that place they have, there's probably 6 or 7 separate ranges. They have like the official CMP range, and then they have the President's Match Cup range. But they also have a couple ranges that they do artillery on. And there's a couple private companies that do weapons development, and they rent out those places, and they actually rent out a couple bunkers that they have their workshops in. And they test out custom artillery shells and artillery pieces and shit.
We just go out to the desert out here.
They have to, when they have the range active, we have this thing called the Ohio Naval Militia. It's an official, military reserve formation, and they go out on patrol boats on Lake Erie, and they have like an occlusion zone that they don't let any of the fishermen or the recreational boaters in. They have to patrol that whenever the range is active.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just go way out in the desert. Far away as possible. The 50s are actually, there's a lot of people out here where I live that own them. I know several people that own them. And it's a lot of the people that own them live up in the higher elevations in the really nice homes, the $500,000 plus type homes.
McMansions. Yeah.
I've even been up there driving around, and I've seen deuce and halves in people's backyards. 6x6 military trucks. They bought them on auction. They're preppers, and especially people that are members of the predominant church around here. They have a tendency to be big time preppers, and they have food storage, and they are heavily armed.
Yep.
And they ain't playing. They got the money. I've seen some places up here where they've got like fast assault vehicles. Oh yeah. Off-road, everything off-road, Jeeps, Hummers, Humvees, Toyota FJ Cruisers, stuff like that, luxurious FJ Cruisers. And oh yeah, they got money.
There's a company out here in Ohio that retrofits old deuce and a halves for bug out vehicles. They actually cut the frame and they remove one of the rear axles, so they turn it into a 4x4. And
they do that here.
They specifically market them to the prepper community.
It's there's a company in Ogden, Utah, and they sell nationwide. They ship anywhere in the country. Name of the company is called Boyce Equipment, and they get the military 6x6s, and they'll bob them for you. Where instead of the two rear axles, you'll have one rear axle, and they're bobbed, and they turn them into rock crawlers and stuff. So these things, ain't nothing stopping them.
Yeah.
Same, and occasionally they'll get the old Jeep Gladiator trucks in there too. And I check with them every so often because I've actually known the people since I was a teenager. So it's a common thing here. Prepping community in Utah, Utahns probably started it. They're just into the 2-year food supply thing and being well prepared for whatever, because at one time the federal government didn't like them very much. So yeah. And some of the polygamous cults over here, there's one that I know of in specifically, which I'm not going to dox anybody, but they own pawn shops where they sell guns. And I'm telling you, this family is freaking loaded to the gills. And they got all these extra wives and stuff. So that's where you go find you a girlfriend. Just kidding. No, they marry them off. They get them out. They keep it all in the family, and they'll marry them off to like a freaking 60-year-old guy, and she'll be like minute she turns 18, she's already promised to like a third cousin or something, a great uncle, whatever.
Yeah.
That's not the mainstream people. That's just, hell yeah, absolutely. That knows how to do
nice
stuff.
Ones here in Ohio.
Yeah, they know how to do stuff. Yeah, highly recommend it. A farm girl, period. Most farm girls, Mennonite or not, I mean, most girls that are raised on farms, you know, they're a lot more resourceful and stuff, you know, and have good family values and probably real good cooks and probably make a great wife. So everything has not gone to total shit yet. They probably go to church every Sunday and, you know, let you be the man of the house. A lot of women want a guy who's going to be the man of the house. They don't want to. They don't want to somebody that's going to want them for mommy. Froze up. Kind of froze up there. No audio. Keep trying. It goes on and off. Fire in the goat.
I've always to go.
Oh, maybe just refresh or and you'll come back. I'll hold down the fort for a minute.
Still,
Hello? Can you hear me? Doggone it. All right. Now I'll get out of here then. Everybody, anybody that can hear me, have a good night.